And hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to our game. It's Foxhole Fridays. This is Traveler Pirates of Drinax, the Gamblers. It's our Traveler campaign, and I'm very excited for everyone to be here. Also, I need to make sure my phone does not make any sounds because I hate that.
Hello.
There we go.
Me too. How
I
unprofessional.
was like, no. I mean, what is that? Welcome. I got all the audio fixed. Today I downloaded a piece of software which was cool, but then it messed up my audio, and I was like, oh dang it! But it's get it fixed at some point. So it's good to see you all here, everyone. Welcome in. I have been talking to the players who all said, "Why are you trying to kill us?" And I was like, "What do you mean? Just have the tea. It's bitter almond tea. It's fine." And they're like, "No, but you know, it's okay." And
How you sound?
this is exactly what happened.
Almonds.
Okay.
It was the bitter part that got me, if I'm honest.
You're just like, you don't like the bitter.
I'm in the mood for something savory.
Nothing to do with the fact that that's the flavor of arsenic. Not at all.
What?
Right. And Ari knows this.
For reasons. I recommend the I think it's late 70s probably, although I suppose it could be 80, 81 because that time period is, film with Jodie Foster, young Jodie Foster, the little girl who lived down the lane, where she plays a young girl who lives by herself in a house but pretends like her dad is alive and sometimes murders people with bitter almond tea. So, I recommend that one. That's
Our Avengers, everyone.
Our Avengers set me up for a Jodie Foster reference.
I
was just saying that was a biopic about Ari.
Oh,
it was. It's cool.
And just like that, the case was reopened.
So I want to thank everyone for being here and supporting us. You being here is what makes all of this work, so thank you. The ways you can support us are being here. Yay. And if you are on the YouTube and you're watching us on YouTube, which thank you, you can give us a subscribe, leave a comment, like it, and I have my notes. We have some comments about last episode from the people on the YouTube, which I'm going to read out. DGM Sniper 2 writes, "Ooh, a wild Harlock has appeared. Nope, got away safely." I was like, nope. Rufio Roofbum gave us two messages. One was like, LMAO, I love how utterly chaotic and confusing the Baron has made this meeting with the director, which actually was what worked.
Thank you. Right? Thank you. I think I left that meeting out of character going, did that work?
Well, there's multiple levels of working. Like, there are multiple levels of working.
I was like, I don't know. I think, all right, let's see what happens.
This is what happens when you are not given all of the secrets because you are not as important as other people, Director Lamb. And so, it kind of it leaves you vulnerable to severances. Victor, my boy, has this comment. Ironically, the Harlock was literally gathering sticks for the tent fire, whilst elsewhere, Terrica was using gathering of sticks as a metaphor, describing the rebuilding of the Drinaxian League to the Theban president. That is also true. And then Third Dimension DJ left this comment. I love how this whole campaign is in its second season and all about these privateers, yet they've only pirated one ship the entire time. And I will note, I will note, that's not true.
It'll happen.
It's not true because they have pirated a second ship. That stealth ship has been fully pirated.
Yeah.
That's true. Yep.
Privateered.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. Privateered.
Thank you.
Privateered. So that was like a full-on second. With that, you have like a full armory of power armor. You privateered a bunch of stuff, kind of expensive stuff off of that one. That's all I'm saying.
Also an admiral. So cool.
Yes, admiral.
Cool.
Damn it.
Look,
You
it's just
Harlock,
gonna
you
happen.
can keep captain. That's fine.
Yep.
Give it to
Captain is so season 1.
Can't wait for what season 3 is.
Thank you, Val, mastermind.
And of course, we all till the same fields, you know. We do. We all work the same fields. So there's a lot of really exciting propaganda happening. And follow our folks. They're amazing. You can also give tips and bits, and if you do, we'll read out the tips and bits messages at the end. We have sponsors. You can go and join us on Patreon, and anything that goes into Patreon goes first to pay the cast of the shows here. And we have a special sponsorship tier, which is $200, which will pay for the cast almost pay for the cast of 1 week, not including me. And if you do that, there are only 4 slots available. You'll get like a special radio ad once a month and like a special shout out and all that goodness. So I would like to begin with what I always like to begin with, which is introducing our players because they're the best. And I want them to answer a question. Because right now, when we left off, they have solved all of the problems. All of the problems have been solved. I forgot that I need to add something up for y'all. Don't worry, I'll get that going. I'll multitask. All their problems have been solved, and they're going to be hanging out at Thebus, the high port area, just like for a couple more days to retrofit, to fix the ship, do some repairs, get some things done. Buy apparently a signal jammer for no particular reason that I do not understand why anyone would want that.
Why?
It's weird. It's weird. Get them dispose of a dead body in some way. Just cool normal things you do when you're like hanging out at a port town.
Normal stuff.
Yeah, as you do. So I would love for them to introduce themselves and then answer a question for me. And the question I would love for them to answer is, there's something that I know, but that I could ask that would be provocative for one person, but we're not there yet. The question's not there yet. So it's not natural. It has to come in just to be in the moment. Look, I like to ask questions that'll I like to stir the pot, but sometimes the pot's not ready to be stirred. You have to wait for there to be a good opening. So that one stirring pot question I cannot give right now, even though I'd like to, because time is off. So we're going to go with, who are you? Who are you playing? And how does your character go about discovering new rumors?
Wait, discovering new what? I'm sorry, I lost the last word.
Rumors. Like when you arrive at a new place and you want to sort of figure out what's going on in that place, like what's the word, what's there to learn about a place when you arrive there? How do you go finding out about rumors, the lay of the land? What is your character's default mode of finding out what there is? What's shaking? What's happening? What's the word? What's going down?
Okay.
What's the 411? What's
The haps.
What's the haps?
What's the hap?
Mm-hmm.
That's people say that. People
They
still
do.
say that. You're right. Uh-huh.
Lindy, we're gonna start with you.
I can unmute myself. Hi, yes, I'm Lindy, Laugh Love Lindy, and I will be playing Quint Vesper, the former Imperial Scout Soleimani, just totally a normal person who's, having a bit of a crossroads in life. See, how did they go about getting rumors? She stops by the bar
The
in town.
deets, the bar in town.
Goes to the bar. It's a great place. Just chill at the bar, have a good listen, maybe chat up some people, go to the bar.
Okay, I just realized, and this is also Greg's fault, that I realized that this is the perfect kind of question to frame in a slightly different way. It's the same question, but I'm just going to frame it slightly differently.
Frame it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Gambler number 5. When
Nice.
you get into a port town, how do you get the 411? Gambler
Very
number
Greg's fault.
4. Cord. Who are you? Who you're playing? And if you took me to a brand new port and you wanted to go and get the information, how would you do it?
Hello. Hi. I am. Oh, sorry. Is this... Hi.
Like, hi.
I'm Cord. I stream. I also write sometimes, and I'm a GM of Spoils of the Evervein, a Spellwind show over on my channel.
Oh,
Mondays.
interesting.
Twitch.tv/Cord. And I do a lot of community games and streams in my Discord, discord.gg/theforge. And pertaining to your question, I'm playing Severance, Baron Severance, Admiral Captain Baron Severance. And he is a clone that's gone sort of rogue, was left in a post-apocalyptic world, and is now trying to fake it till he makes it, and he's an admiral now. But the question was, what does he do to find the rumor? I think he probably... I think what he does is, I think he scours the market. I think he scours the. I'm an MMO player, so my immediate go-to is like going to the auction house and reading the market. But I think he does sort of the same thing when it comes to reading trade lists, what's been in and out. Also, why certain things were pushed in a certain way. Like if there's a rare ore that comes in and then it was picked up by another company. I'm going to probably start asking questions about that, and to maybe see, and if that stuff's not shown, maybe see if I could schmooze with maybe the dockmaster or the quartermaster of the station to see what has been pushed, probably under the
if anything has come in, right? Like, there's a big shipment of X or Y. I can also imagine.
Does that usually happen? No, it doesn't. Oh, interesting. Oh, it does normally happen. Oh, yeah. So like those sort of things, pattern recognition through the market, I think, is probably what he has start doing. I don't know if he goes there like, well, time to go see what the rumors are and then go read the market. But I think that's just sort of where his brain goes when he does do these trades in these markets and reading the markets and such. I think his brain just goes into finding immediate pattern recognition and such.
And I imagine you probably also will be able to pick up loose chatter in trading spaces, right? When people are
much like going to the bar and having a drink or two and listening to whatever. I think it's also like spending too much time at the terminal so you can start to hear the board worker start chiming in about personal stuff or whatever.
Absolutely.
Sort of stuff.
Absolutely. Gambler number 3. Same question. Who are you? Who are you playing? And if you were to take me out to get new rumors at a brand new port, how would you do it? Gambler number 3, Greg.
Well, Greg Grimjack 21502. If you and I were heading into a new port and we were looking for the rumors, I like to call it looking for the dirt, because before the end of the night, you and I are getting dirty.
Oh, I can't believe you said that.
Applause and gasps, right?
By the way, that just means that batch number 3 has just gone up, right? The gambler number 3 has just gone up in the list because the person who has the worst, bad, like not subtle double entendre almost always gets chosen when you're like, you're not going to choose that person,
probably,
right?
Yeah.
But then they always do. Always
sticks in their mind.
How would Val look for rumors? Easy. Val looks for the desperate, because the desperate have the best information and they don't necessarily want to tell it, but they're desperate. And thus, weakness can be found.
What a predator. What a predator you are.
See, that's interesting because just to sort of like pick up on something that Cord said, like you could have said they're desperate because I want to help them and give them soup, or you could say
Sure,
because
that.
they're desperate and that's a weakness and I can exploit that. It's just interesting, you know, because you could just go either
Well,
way.
of course, that's what I meant.
That's what I said. What did I say? What did I say?
I think you're putting words in my mouth, Trooper, but that's exactly
never
what I
said
said. So.
Gambler number 2. Who are you? Who are you playing? And if you were to take me to a brand new port and you wanted to find out the 411, how would you go and do it? Ari.
Hello. Well,
Oh.
my name is Ari Ventures, and I assume that I would go and find the filthiest mechanic and have a conversation
Oh my.
between him and me.
Oh my. That'll certainly get you information about ships and coming and goings. Oh my goodness. Okay. Last gambler, but certainly not the least gambler. Gambler number 1. Could you say who you are, who you're playing, and if you were going to take me to, you know, a brand new port, how would you go about finding out information?
Wow, hang on.
Nailed it.
I turned into you.
I turned into the
I
beast.
know.
Amazing. I'm a magician. But I was gonna say something funny related to what you said, and then I totally confused myself. But getting back to that, yes. Hello, my name is Gambler number 1 and or
Oh.
Rocket Fox, who is going to be playing B Harlock. And let me just say, we'd be the one making the rumors. Am I right? Am I right?
Oh my goodness, I can't believe you said that. Oh no.
But also, I think aside from that, Harlock does have a pass to the filthy rich bar. So would
Yes,
be
you do.
hanging out among the filthy rich people, seeing what it is they have to say, because they don't care. They don't care. They're just here to watch chaos unfold. But if that were to fail, there's always well, sometimes information is left from the sources that be. But aside from that, there is also there's always torture, there's bribery, there's threats of torture. You know, it's amazing how talkative people get when they only have like 8 of their fingers left. Am I right? You know, I just and let's see what else. Did I mention torture, threat of bodily harm? I think those are the primary methods.
I love you all so much. And I am troopersjp, and I am the cat herder for these lovely people. And as we sort of, when we last week, one moment. Hold on. There it is. Last week on The Gamblers, Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign, our tagonists have, you know, made their way back up onto the Theban Highport Corporation after a failed coup attempt that not that they were trying to do, but that they had thwarted, and are trying to sort of like integrate back in as they're getting their ship fixed, upgraded, sort of not make themselves look too suspicious or dangerous, and sort of make their way out of the system. They're going to have to take a couple of days because they're getting a docking clamp installed, and they might also sort of fix their ship, the Gambler, a little bit more, get some information. They've got a couple of things they have to do before they get out of here. It's always a couple of days anyway to sort of in a high port, so usually spend about a week or so, and they're on the end of that moment. But there are a couple of things that we need to think about first. We'll just alternate, as it were. First things first, you have a brand new crew member, Quint Vesper, who is currently hanging out on the dark side of the moon, one of them, like an asteroid out there, in the stealth ship with Fatateos, the second son. They've got about 2 days worth of oxygen. They're hanging out over there, and Quint is editing the most amazing propaganda video. you can imagine. And they're sort of like, they're chilling until this sort of clamp gets fixed and they can sort of do that. Getting ready for that. But one of the things that is exciting about Quint for some people, Terrica, and I'm sure this is the only thing that is exciting about Quint for Terrica, is that Quint has 2 ship shares. And those 2 ship shares can be used to do some repairs on the Gambler. And we have a spreadsheet which has the list of things yet to be prepared. And I would like to ask you all, good group of gamblers, what you would like to do with those 2 ship shares. Where did I put this? There it is. And I'm going to make sure you have this for you to look at in case you forget. I'm just, as a reminder, I'm dropping it in our green room. So you have 2 ship shares. The ship that you have, the Gambler, when it was found after a couple hundred years, like floating in space, and has some problems to it. At the moment, its hull is still quite damaged. It's a little more than half well. You still have problems with your main ventral hard point, where you have your big weapon, because that's like a massive turret, but it cannot turn because it has not been repaired. Your maneuver drive is repaired in terms of functionality. It just oh, you're right. You're right. Thank you, dearest. Oh, good. Ari dropped it like it's hot. Thank you. Now there's a lot of cosmetic maintenance, because you have a lot of like open panels and wires and ripped and broken things, and that's cosmetic, which is none of that has been fixed yet. But your maneuver drive is functionally fixed, just not cosmetically. Your general systems are functionally fixed, just not cosmetically. Your ventral hardpoint is not fully repaired. Your jump drive is also not fully repaired. It's only partially repaired. And then there are a bunch of cosmetic repairs to do. So I would like to ask, with 2 ship shares, what would you like to do, y'all?
I mean, realistically, how far will these 2 ship shares go? Because my inclination is put some into the hull and put some into our jump drive.
That's the only thing we can do. Yep.
Okay.
Now, I will, before you finalize, I will say this: you only need 2 more shares to fully repair the jump drive mechanically, although not cosmetically. So if you put them both in there, that jump drive will be mechanically fixed, or you can split the difference. It's up to you.
I'd go for either.
Can you remind me, like, what is the advantage to having our jump drive mechanically fixed? Is it that we can go faster or further?
Right now, you're at a -1 to all of your jump drive related rolls because it's a little unreliable. It's a little bit more difficult.
Wait, to all of our jump drive related, but
it used to be -2.
I would actually put it into the hull then. I would still split it, because, and maybe this is just me starting to, or there being Terrica bleed here of their arrogance and
You're like,
how
"I'm
well
good."
they can pilot, but like, I can make those rolls, guys. Like,
Yeah,
knock
that's
on
fair.
wood
Yeah,
now,
I mean,
as I panic.
trusting Terrica, absolutely. Do I trust Roll20?
Yeah, because we got to roll a 2d6 to see what type of hull points we get. But we could get 2. So, but I think we should. I think we should throw it into the hull, because we eventually have to get it at full strength.
Could you throw 1 into the hull, see how much you get from that 1 ship share, and then decide what the second ship share goes?
Yes.
idea.
Yeah, I like that
Because if
idea.
you get a 6 on a d6, you might want to put that second share elsewhere.
All right. In which case, Lindy,
Oh, yes.
please roll 2d6 to find out how much hull repair gets happened.
Is it 2d6 per share or 1d6 per share?
2d6 per
2d6
share.
for sure.
Oh, okay, sure. So let's do, because it's my ship share, I have to roll it. Okay, first roll of the game. Let's see how it
2d6.
goes. 4.
4. Your hull goes from 51 to 55 out of 88.
I'm still inclined to bump the last into the hole personally.
I'm fine with it too.
Sure. You want me to roll another
Sure.
2d6?
Rocket, how are you feeling?
Oh no, I both the Harlock and myself would support whatever Ari and also Derek.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then it goes into the hull because I imagine there might be some things going on where you might want it. So I need another 2d6.
Oh, okay.
There have been a lot of space attacks lately. I'm just throwing.
There have been, and there might be more.
3.
True.
3.
That is bad 2d6 rolls. I hope this isn't indicative of the whole night. I'm just
I
gonna say
need
that
you
now.
to take your computer and dunk it in some Mountain Dew.
You want to refresh it? I'm just gonna refresh roll 20.
Get it some,
There we go.
get some
there
gamer
you go.
juice.
That's
What if I gave my computer vodka? Like, could that would
Yeah.
just like,
Yeah.
It fixes me,
Yeah.
so I'm sure that's.
I think you may already have given it vodka.
No, Greg.
Greg. So
Did I
that
ruin a
was-
computer monitor once with the spit take? Yes, but that's not the same thing.
Worth it.
Your
Worth it.
hull is going to be sort of fixed a little bit. You've got some time. People are going to be working on it because this is a very nice high port. It has good technology, so you can work on that. In terms of logistics, one of the other bits of logistics I need to ask you is this. At the moment, your hold, is fairly empty. In your
Huh?
hold, you don't have much of anything left besides, well, you've got
Cargo
some illegal
manifest is
drugs.
my sheet. Okay. And now I've decided that everybody has their own sheet, and that one's mine. Okay, so
You've got some illegal drugs, some greaves, some
I'm the Admiral.
passenger cargo.
uh-huh.
You have a lot of empty space. Sadly, you have done your due diligence, severance, to sort of see what's out there, and there's not a lot of good stuff to purchase right now in Thebus. Again, this planet's not great in terms of infrastructure, but you could go for cargo or see if they would give you mail. I would like to know if you would like to put stuff in your cargo hold, try to get freight or mail, or if you'd like to keep it open because you plan on robbing people.
Right. Where is our?
Mail that we could break into. ...
It's
That
hard.
is
It's a
very
big,
difficult
it's
to do.
But we
yeah,
could
it's a-
find the right people to do it.
we
I
could.
will also that most mail is things like
Trooper
person just-
understanding, okay?
I
I'm not saying it would give us anything. I just want to know what people have to say.
Let me be chaotic. Please.
I'm
I just want to break into it.
I just want to
We
get
just want to do some light larceny.
Why don't we
We just want to read it. That's
and
it.
read their
Nothing
mail?
else.
Trooper, I have a couple questions. I know we have the
Yes.
illegal drugs that we could potentially
Yes.
sell here because don't you get
Yes.
a higher markup in some place that just had violence?
Yes. No, you get your markup because this is you need a fence. Your markup is higher based on how friendly the port is to you.
They are friendly to us now, right?
This is
Okay.
one of the most friendly places. So if you try to sell those illegal drugs here, you would need to find a fence, which is possible, considering that some people are. I don't know how to put this. I don't want to say any. I don't want to cast any
People may know
aspersions, but
people.
some people are a bit shady. Some people, Severance, are a little bit shady, and also Severance's friends. And
So could
You
we
know-
sell the illegal drugs and cash in the gemstones, like clear house, get rid of everything that we could possibly, because this is a friendly spaceport. We should probably get rid of as much as we can here.
I would
And
love
then
to.
the spare parts that we have in here,
Getting people.
are those spare parts available for retrofitting into the Gambler?
yes,
That's what I thought
Or-
they were. And
yeah. But
I thought
they're
that we were going to use
also
them to fix the
used-
shit.
But they're also spare parts are also used as emergency repairs in the middle of battle, right? So if
Yeah.
something goes down, if you get like it's I would say it's never bad to have a couple, more than 1 ton of spare parts in case there's like you get a critical hit and one of your systems goes down. You have to do an emergency patch repair to try to fix that thing. You would use spare parts to do it. So having some
wanna
spare parts
say-
around.
Oh, I want to say that's why we had saved these off of our
Yes.
last set of repairs.
That is why,
Was
yeah.
for the
Okay.
emergency.
So sell
And
the
if you
illegal
could get
drugs, keep
more,
the
it
side
wouldn't be bad.
drugs. and then get rid of the gems and platinum. And obviously the latex and the grebes aren't. Actually, we have some grebes too that were
The
part of
gems
the.
and platinum are basically cash, so I thought you wanted to hold on
Yes.
to those.
Yeah, they're basically cash. You can use them as cash. So if you ever need to actually use to operate in terms of cash, this would be the gems and platinum are good to keep on hand because everything else is done electronically. So if you want to be able to like have
Not leave a paper trail.
I was gonna say maybe buy something we don't want people to know about.
yes.
So what I'm
ask to
hearing
get paid
is
only in that.
we want to sell the illegal, we want to find a fence for the illegal drugs. We want to sell all of the common ore, the 10 tons of common ore that we have, and
the
10
common ore's
grebes
sold.
that we own. Oh, it's already
The common ore's that's sold. The only thing you currently have in your hold.
Wait a minute. Did we? Where?
Yep.
Just the drugs.
Yeah,
is
we
all
did.
that we
Yeah,
can
yeah.
really sell.
Yeah, you have the drugs, and you have these illegal side drugs, which you probably don't want to sell, considering there are currently at least 3 naval patrol corvettes out there looking for them.
I also want to say last time we talked about selling them, the Harlock was basically like, that is a very bad idea and we will not give people these drugs.
Yeah, those the illegal side drugs. People like there's some some questions about whether or not those should be sold to people.
Like asking for a lot of definitely long-term trouble, but possibly trouble that would also be short-term.
Yeah.
So I am having a hard time seeing where and our hold. What sheet is going to have our hold data like that? We're almost
the
empty.
Cargo manifest.
It comes to the.
Yep, 14.
Yep.
Cargo space 29. That's what we have left.
At the very bottom it says free cargo space 22.7.
Ah.
That's your. Yep.
Okay.
And you're not going to be putting that 20 D-ton stealth ship into your hold. You'll be attaching it to the bottom of your ship, so you can keep all of that in there.
Okay. And we have a total of 29.7 tons, but we have 22 free now. Oh, dope. Okay,
yes.
Cool.
Yes, indeed.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I believe if you like, I can. Let me just check. Studio mode. I think I can get the audience to see this lovely thing. Let me just sheet. Let me just make sure.
I've already commandeered my camera.
Oh, you've commented. I was wanting to see if I could help you out so that it's less commandeery.
No, I was helping you out, so it was less production energy.
Are you kidding? I'm here for production energy. Here you go. I'm transitioning everybody over so they can see it. So, would you like to try to fence these illegal drugs here on this port?
No. Yes and yes, but I don't think we should. I want to get them out of here, but I don't think that's a good idea. Unless I talk to Lamb again, and
we have 4 tons of them, and that's currently the only thing in our hold. So if somebody walks in, they're like, "What are these? Oh, that's illegal drugs."
And grebes.
Surrounded by nothing.
I have an idea.
Also have grebes.
Right, that's true. Once upon a time, I played.
These trucks belong to the grebes. What have you been up to, you guys?
That grebe looks like it's ate a ton of illegal drugs.
What?
That's what the grebe sounds like. For those of you who don't know, and it was very accurate. So the once upon a time, I played a Yakuza character in GTA, and we received Class 2 weapons, and then we sold them to the cops as like a ruse to be like, "Hey, we're cleaning up the streets. What if we did that here? What if we just sold them or received a stipend to have cleaned up the streets in the name of, or we can do that somewhere else, in the name of even the Empire, right? Or Drinax, be like, hey, look what we found. would you hear these? We would like to donate these. And they're like, oh, great job. And then we could be like, how about a little stipend for all of our hard work?
Couple things to note. That will probably mark you as a pirate. They're going to say, where did you get these drugs? How did you get?
What if I speak directly to Director Lamb?
Mm-hmm. Now, the thing is, what is he going to do with them? And they're not going to give you a very good percentage.
Okay,
right?
Okay,
because,
okay, fine.
I'm like, you could do it, but I will just note they will not give you a very good percentage.
Not a good option.
Yeah. They're the law.
The law.
It's worth checking.
I am the Empire. Okay. So we won't do that. That's fine. Also, why would we do that? I have 100 names of contacts from a pirate queen I murdered in episode 1. Episode 3. Spoilers. But if you made it this far, then you know. Or you don't. And anyway, surprise. I have a bunch of contacts that we can probably sell these. And I think Thieve, right? Was our closest.
Thieve. No, well, Thieve is, you guys are heading to Asis, where there is somebody, but Asis is not super friendly.
Oh, no, Thieve's our friend. Where the hell did we... Hold on,
Thieve is your friend, because they're a pirate haven.
Right.
Is what they are. They like
drugs.
They are.
Oh, I said, would they like drugs?
Yeah, right, exactly. Hey, pirates, want some drugs?
If
hey,
you want
go sell it somewhere else. Thank you.
Thieve is a place to get illegal things.
Which is great, but also not great. Can we upgrade our jump drive here?
To get to a bigger?
Upgrade it once.
So like a jump 3?
Yeah, then we would be able to just go to Thieve. Imagine.
That is a huge retrofit. Like to get a much bigger jump drive is like a massive retrofit. It would take a while. Like you would need a lot of money, like millions of credits for that. And it would also take up. I mean, those are things you could think about, but you'd have to go and talk to an architect, and it might take up. If you have the space for it, you're going to need more fuel tanks. It might just take up all of your hold. You might lose all of your cargo space.
So much. It is so logistic heavy and sandboxy. It's so great because it's like, you know what? Let's actually stay here for a bit. You know what? Let's retrofit this thing to make it easier for us, and it's just so cool.
Well, the illegal drug.
It's just dope.
What's our modified price for having a friendly world, Trooper?
You get 30% of the sales cost.
Okay, each ton of illegal drugs is 100K. So we get 130 times 4. Because we're on that 30K coming from a friendly world, correct?
Well, you get 30. Like, so if the drugs are worth $1 million, well, if the drugs are worth $100,000, you would get 30,000 credits. So you get 30% of what the price is, as opposed to it's highly illegal goods that are marked. Like if you're going to sell an illegal stolen ship, you only get 30% of the sales price. Same thing with illegal drugs. Things that are.
What do we get? Oh, what's the rate for an unfriendly world? Because we have that fence on Asis. Although, granted, to Greg's point, like that means we have to get to Asis without anyone looking in our cargo hold.
Sorry, friendly is 25%. A haven is 30%, and suspicious, which is Asis, is 10%.
Ah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Do we roll though for the sale price, correct?
This sale price, that's for normal goods. For you have to go through a fence illegal goods for like a ship or these particular tracked illegal drugs, things that have markers on them. You get the fence cost for them. So the other things that you stole from the Sis and I, which did not have markers on them, you got like normal costs for, because you don't have to go through a fence for those. You can just be like, oh hey, we got these drugs. You had legal drugs, and you just got the normal price for them. But these are illegal drugs that are marked, and then you end up getting you get a much smaller percentage of what that cost is.
So if we sold everything, the best we can do is 100K. 4 times 25%.
Mm-hmm. Yes. And let me make sure.
That's not going to get us anything. So we can.
Well, your illegal drugs are worth. Could have gotten quite a bit if
I didn't mean it to be
Pirate Queen were
dismissive. I meant that
alive-
it doesn't
No,
matter
no,
if we
no.
do it here or if we do it somewhere else. It's, you know, I don't think it has to be done
total-
here.
Yeah, the total that we're saving. That's what it sounded like you were saying. Like the total amount that we're gonna get here versus on ASIS is not that big of a difference. Our biggest concern is somebody walking into our hold and seeing a
everything.
couple grebes and a shit ton of
Yeah.
illegal drugs.
I say we get rid of them just to have them off the boat, because it's going to cost us way more if we get caught with them than it would be to just dump them. That's my thought.
Drugs.
Fair. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's a really good call, and like we don't need to. Yeah, it's fun and to be like, we've got illegal drugs on our ship, but it's risky. I think it's a really good idea.
It
Just sort of get rid of them.
it is risky. I mean, because
As soon as we land anywhere else, there's going to be a ship waiting for us right at the spot we land for no reason whatsoever, and they're going to come on board and be like, "What's all this now?" And we're going to have to kill them, and it's going to be a whole thing.
Right. Or they'll be like, "Hey, what's all this
whoa,
now?
why did
Where's all
we-
all those drugs that you had? Man, we would have bought those for triple the price you just got them for." And then we'll be like, "Fuck us," and then it'll be so annoying.
Every time, of course, everything we do is going to
So, I mean,
stop
it's
people.
no matter what, the next ship is just there to screw us, whether it is us
Yes,
with,
yes.
with the drugs or without them. They're just going to be like, "Hey, did the thing that you..." Anyway, I think we should just get rid of them.
there are currently
hilarious.
three naval ships out there, at least 3 that you know of. Patrol corvettes.
Tatius wants them?
Just sitting there watching us.
What kind of drugs
'Cause
are
they-
these, by the way?
They
Could
are
I find
illegal
out
combat
now?
drugs.
Oh, it's the combat drugs. Then we could give them to the. Can we sell them?
Oh wait, yeah. What if we do give them down to the people on the planet?
Well, combat drugs are.
I don't know if I want to
I
give
mean, they
them.
sound awesome. It's not like the super soldier serum that Steve Rogers got. It's like
We
put your
want
face in
the
a pile of
combat
PCP and boy, I can
drugs.
fight now.
It's the bad part of steroids.
If you want
It's
my
the other
opinion,
side of.
keep the combat drugs. People will use them if we get.
You know what? I don't know if you're
combat.
going to go through tons of combat drugs, Lindy.
Combat drugs are. If we have to buy combat drugs, it's going to cost a lot more than using the stash that we
I
have.
can keep a little bit. I'm the drug guy. I can keep
If
it.
we
I can
keep
keep
a
some.
ton for you, Lindy, would that be okay?
I would love if you kept a ton of
That's
combat
what
drugs for
I'm
me.
saying.
I'll fight all you
Ton.
want. Keep me a ton of combat drugs. Hell, fucking yeah, let's
You-
go.
If it finds a place to put them that's hidden, then I say, you know what? That's fine. You
Look,
hide
combat
them.
drugs aren't illegal.
They're not going to be.
These are
addicted.
marked
We have an
illegal
ex-addict and a
stolen
surgeon.
drugs.
Oh, but they're combat drugs.
These
There's
are
something else
illegal
that I don't know.
combat drugs. These are
Oh,
not legal.
well-
See,
Yeah.
there's
it
a
is
difference
illegal.
between stolen items, like there's a difference between
Oh,
a stolen car, which like, hey, it's a car, and an illegal car.
I
right?
see.
Those are
Alright.
Is there any mechanical difference between illegal combat drugs and regular combat drugs?
probably. Like,
Oh,
literally
maybe
have
we
them
should
around.
sell them.
Yeah. There's got to be a reason why it's illegal. Yeah.
So
That's
the
a-
backer is what I'm hearing.
Do we
Phantom
know what
said
that
it best
difference
in
is?
chat. Phantom said it's the difference between steroids and meth.
Right. Yeah.
That was my thing.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hmm.
But like, for example, you have these very illegal psionic drugs right now that you could just take.
I
As a matter
don't
of
care
fact,
about
you could just
those.
open them and
Those are pretty
waft
good.
them
Right,
in.
but we don't have 4 fucking tons
No.
of them. We have a very
Right.
small sample
Yeah,
size
we
of these
have-
illegal drugs.
Yeah,
Maybe just keep like an illegal combat drug for emergency.
Lindsay,
Right, we can-
if
we can
kept
crack
you
one
10
crate
pounds
open.
or like 10 bricks of combat
Yeah.
drugs. Would that get you?
And that's
to
in
the next
your
part?
hold. That's in yours.
You know, I don't
We
know what the side effects are in the illegal combat
Yeah,
drugs.
yeah.
The only one way to find
Is
out.
what it is. The side effect is death. But okay. I mean,
Maybe we don't want to keep those. I
You may
thought they were
experience death.
regular combat drugs. But
no, we
maybe
got rid of the
like-
pharmaceutical grade stuff. That was like the legal
Yeah.
stuff. This is
Yeah.
the.
Oh,
this
why
is
would you
the-
get rid of legal
Breaking
combat
Bad
drugs? That's
shit,
the good
right.
shit.
We used it. If you
We
want some
needed
legal
money.
combat stuff,
Money.
if you want legal combat stuff, you can come to me or also Val. We could hook you
All
up.
right, that's
Yeah,
fine. That's
they're
fine.
really
I
good.
have like. Didn't y'all
get?
get some with the stolen stealth ship? Wasn't there a bunch of
Yes.
combat drugs in there? Well, then we're good. That's a stash
Yeah,
of
yeah.
legal,
We
non-deadly
have combat drugs, and
Sell
we have
the
the
rest.
straight packed, shrink wrapped
Just
on the pallet drugs.
Get rid
and
of
we're not going to
the
crack those open.
questionable
How,
illegal ones.
how about this? Raise your hands if you think we should sell the illegal drugs.
I like this.
I think the motion is moved. Let's head on.
Yeah. Yeah, I love that.
Okay, nice.
I did like the
I just want to
discussion
know
though, but that was way
if you
easier.
want to take super illegal drugs that are questionable and also marked and just keep them, or perhaps imbibe them in large quantities, I'm
Stop
super
that,
okay
Trooper.
with
I thought
that.
about it. I love
Let's
eating
stop that right now.
things in video games, and like
This is
really
Trooper
like
right
in like
now.
Yeah,
games
right.
here. I'm like,
Yeah. I don't know if I want to throw the pot just yet. 15 minutes in,
I mean,
towards the pot.
I am
Greg
a
knows.
big
You give me
fan.
something, I want to lick it or like eat it or open it. If it whispers to me, I'm like, let's open this container. It says open me. I'm like, okay, like
Thanks
that's
for correcting
me.
yourself.
Yes.
So, one of the things about these particular drugs, by the way, is that if you look in the tables in the book, that price is not going to be reflective of what these things are actually worth.
Right.
Because these are super illegal drugs. And you will probably get a much better price than what the book might imply, because those are like run-of-the-mill illegal drugs. But you need to be able to find, again, a fence who will take them, which is where a cease comes in, or thief. And you might be able to find somebody who's willing to take really hot, really, really illegal, really dangerous drugs here, but you're going to need to roll for it.
Well, it sounds like that seems like a me thing, right? I'm the ruler.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
That's
I think
Severance.
That is a you thing.
this is time for our broker.
That's right. Here I am, everyone. I waited 3 episodes to make a roll. Everybody did some combat, and now this is my combat.
But
Streetwise.
it's
Streetwise.
streetwise. And we need to
I
have
rolled
a
a bunch last
quick
episode.
discussion before you roll it.
I love these. Mm-hmm.
So, trying to find a black market supplier or a broker of illegal goods is just an 8+ on Streetwise normally. These are not normal drugs. These drugs are, how do I put this? This would be like trying to sell that stealth dropship that you got. This is not, this is very hot. And not like in a hot person summer kind of way. These four D-tons of drugs, if people see that you have them, you're in big trouble, and people do not want to buy them because of how like these are very valuable, but not.
This is a pretty very binary role here. It's either going to be really good or it's going to be really bad, right? There's not like there's no like sliding scale of this isn't so bad. You rolled a 6, it was an 8. It's going to be like, oh, you rolled a 6, you're under arrest. Or like, hey, you rolled a 9. Great job. You sold it.
I say you take the roll now when you have all your luck.
That's a great idea. All 3 of them.
This is a very difficult thing, though, which means you need to hit a 12. This will be your social standing plus your streetwise. However,
9 and then luck.
Social
standing plus streetwise.
Can somebody help with this? This is broker, yeah?
Unless you got that pumped up skill, you don't want to.
Yeah, this would be if this would be broker if it was legal.
Can I help with this based on that great conversation that I had with the mechanic coming in to port?
Would you like to roll your streetwise?
I would.
All right.
Nice. That greasy mechanic. The greasy mechanic mana.
Okay. You are going to get
I kicked my footrest.
a +2 to this roll. But before you do, when we get all the rolls done, you're going to need to sort of talk about how our very, very ethical Terica helps you find somebody who is super sketch. Okay.
That's my rapper name. MC Super Sketch.
I'm super ethical Terica.
Yeah, super ethical Terica. Now, before you roll, again, you're going to get 12. You get a +2. I'm going to give you a boon because you have the Pirate Queen's journal.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh.
Right?
Love you, Troop. That makes sense. Yeah, that makes so much sense.
Yeah, but you need a 12.
Streetwise, Daddy's got a boon. I also have +2, right? On my Mata. Well, that's modifier, by the way, for those of you who don't speak whatever the hell I'm speaking. Drinax.
Esperanto is what that was.
Thank you. So I've got 2 on the modifier. I've got boon happening here.
Mhm.
I roll a 16, baby.
Mhm.
If I up that by 3 and get a 19,
Mhm.
would that change anything?
Yes. Well, actually, you just need to get 6 plus, so that if you got an 18.
Got an 18. All right, I'm gonna put 2. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna put 2 luck
Are you sure?
on that.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like this is something that I would do. And
That might be the
also
highest
really
roll we've had in this campaign. I think that's the highest
a
roll we've had.
19.
Yeah.
18 is the highest, yeah.
I
I'm gonna
need
go. I'm gonna
to
go 19. I'm
know.
gonna put 3 on it just so I can stay at the top. Okay, yeah, I'll do it. To secure my position, and I'm gonna put down
Admiral 3.
S. Yeah, and it's gonna be Admiral Captain Severance. It's gonna be the 3 initials I put on the top 10 listing for the score of this arcade game. And that's the throwback. 80s arcade goers. I'm going to I do want to yeah, I'm gonna do 18. So I'm gonna keep a luck point. Because I want to like secure this is a good thing, a good sale. And also I want to meta wise, right? Because I guess that's what luck points are. I want to yeah, I guess I just want to solidify that this is not gonna go bad. It's illegal.
These are not just illegal drugs. They are.
Word on the street is that it's as if you were going to buy some Tylenol at the pharmacy and then a hitman walks out instead, is from my understanding of the degree of difference here.
Yeah. It's these are also drugs. The crates themselves have got heavy trackers on them. So if you sell them to the
Gotta
wrong
find
people,
somebody who's excited about a tracker.
somebody who can take, like, most people are like,
Yeah.
I can't deal with that. Like, that's one of the reasons why it's really hard to sell ships, because ships have got so much
Got you all
security
these
trackers on them.
clothes. Where did you get these clothes? What's that wiry and black puck that's attached to them? Oh, don't worry about that. Oh, okay. Are these stolen? Don't worry about it. You want it? You know
Yeah.
how to get rid of them? I do. I'll buy them. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the
Right.
person who can get rid of the ink cartridge from the
Yes.
shoplifting.
Or that would be
thing.
us. We would do that.
That's true. Well, not me. That would be you. I would be like, let's get this out of here. I don't want to touch it.
I want to know
Someone else will do it.
how Terica helps you find someone who, and this, by the way, is not a bad. This is not, out of all the systems around here, this one's not a bad one, because this has a very low legality rating. They're kind of like, don't care as long as you pay us, right? So this is not some of the other systems that are a little bit more.
Is this the father-child scene we want?
Oh,
It
God.
might be. So,
Is it?
father
Yes.
child,
Oh.
how do you two work this out to find somebody very, very illegal? I mean, that was Tarek who said that they wanted to work with their father. You know, go ahead.
Well, that was. I think this would I assume be after Terica has like gone and chatted with the guys about getting the clamp secured underneath the gambler. And after that whole discussion, like during that process, you know, they noticed them taking some questionable substances. And then they were like, oh, you know, where did you get those? And just sort of striking up conversation. And that sort of led one thing to another until they found out about this particular individual who would be helpful. And then I think that's when they turn around and they run into Severance, like maybe coming down the ramp.
Just about to ask that guy the same thing.
What do you
What'd you
mean
get?
ask? What do you mean
I don't
ask
know
him
if
the
it was-
same thing? You were going to ask for drugs?
I wasn't gonna ask for no. Rid of the ones we have.
I couldn't understand you. You'll have to speak up.
Just trying to get rid of the ones we have. Get rid of the ones we have.
Oh, don't
You just said to
not
speak up.
so
You just said-
loud.
You just said to speak up.
Severable. Well, apparently you can just talk to Bartholomew and he'll just handle it for you. You know, apparently he's a upworthy guy that everybody talks to.
Bartholomew in there? See that?
No, you can find him at the 316. It's a bar. Are you really? You're thinking of getting rid of them here?
Yes, we should get rid of them.
Okay.
We don't have much. We don't have much room left, and if we get rid of them, we could clear them. They'll be off and out.
I mean, it's logical.
Is that the saying out of our plate? Off our all.
Shockingly forward thinking of you.
That was my plan. Don't tell Val. All right, I'm going to look for 31316.
Insufferable man.
Are you going to let him go by himself?
I don't think Terica would go with him.
Here's the thing. You were given the contact name. What if they know you, but they don't know him? What if that gets him killed? What if he gets shot because he walks into 316 and nobody's called ahead? What if that happens and it's all your fault because you didn't go with your father to keep him safe?
First off, he's not my father. He's just, there's a biological connection. And secondly, I'm gonna roll for it. If it's even, Terica will go. And if it's not, they will not.
Yep, that's fair.
I'm sorry, where did my popular go?
So Terica like goes to go back in the ship, and then there's this like and they turn around and they march down all the way down the plane. Yes, it's 3-1. I'll go with you. They don't even know that you're coming. You'll raise suspicion. I'm just going so that I don't have your death on my hands. Just so we're clear.
Took you so long.
What?
Took you so long.
What do you mean took me so long? I have a life that exists outside of jumping at your beck and call.
Really? How many friends have you made here in Thebus that you have a life with?
Danny, the mechanic.
So we're looking for Bartholomew, who's 316.
Yeah, Bartholomew. 316. Oh, there it is. Yeah, it looks about right.
It looks about right. That's exactly what it looks like, right? It's not in the big because the high port is sort of divided up into different classes of ships. Massive ships, sort of smaller ships. And if you are in the big massive ship area, this is like large corporate sort of traders where like your ship is 200 D-tons of a ship. This is like these are places for like 10,000 D-ton traders. Massive ships that come in and out. And this is not that part of the port. It's also not the part of the port where all the big tourist ships come through, like the massive big, like those cruise ships are giant in ways that seem a little bit inappropriate. It's not that place either. It's like the smaller sort of wing of the high port where your ship actually is docked, but it's a bit further out, it's a bit down. It's a part of the space where it's not the part of the high port. All the high port is nice, but it's clearly not the place where they put all of the money, right? Because the people who come in here are not the most important ones. And so you don't have like flashy, flat screened holographic images everywhere. You don't have like that kind of level of constant advertising, and flash is not everywhere. It's a little bit more low key in that way. It's still quite busy though. And in some ways it's busy, but in a more everyday working kind of space. And this particular, the 316, is clean but dark, right? It's got the windows themselves are bulletproof, thick and tinted, so that you can't see in or out. And it doesn't. The sign for the 316 is not neon. It's not particularly loud. It's sort of painted on, so that you could walk by and miss it. And it's actually near a bunch of sort of warehouse units, sort of storage spaces. So it looks sort of like
storage.
If you yeah, it looks sort of like a storage unit, and if you were going to maybe be a person who didn't have streetwise, let's say, if you were that kind of person who just did not have those skills at all, you might think, oh, I suppose this is like a dock workers bar, and just sort of move on, right? Like it kind of just seems like, oh, this is probably like a place where people who just move crates probably grab a drink or something, but it doesn't, if you notice it at all. It's fairly
it's a pop-up pub in a storage garage.
Yeah.
Storage space. Okay, cool.
Yeah. And I imagine you all go inside, because why wouldn't you?
This is a storage space, Terica.
I don't know. Where do drug deals usually happen, Severance?
Wait, take it.
Are you gonna go in?
You want to open this? Door open? Is it just like an open air bar, or is it like a speakeasy?
You have to knock. It's a speakeasy.
Sweet.
Do we try the door first?
I just sort of eye Terica as I reach out and knock on probably the aluminum paneling that is like a garage-ish door. Sort of rattles.
There is a beat, another beat, and then a small, like a slidey window thing sort of opens up. And of course the slidey window thing like slides against metal, right? And it's dark in there. You can hear sounds. There's clearly activity out back there, but you can't see much. There's also a security camera up in the corner looking at you, so whoever it is doesn't need to open up this little slidey thing to see you, but they do. And you just hear a voice say, "Name."
Terica and Severance. Danny sent us.
One moment. And the slidey thing shuts. Couple beats. Slidey thing opens up. Terica, we know your name. Danny says you're okay. One moment.
Severance is with me.
That's what we were going to try to find out. Thank you. I'm afraid the door's stuck. It doesn't open easily. We need something to help grease.
Terica's gonna look back at Severance like, do you have oil? They have not done, I think, enough streetwise things to know that they're talking about money. So they're just gonna be like,
just going to swipe 100 credits at them and hope they catch it on their data pad.
Thank you. This seems like this will lubricate the joints. And the little slidey thing shuts. And then you can hear some latches. And the door, like, this is like imagine like one of those big container doors, right? And like a smaller door that clearly would roll upwards, like would roll up into it. But they've sort of cut out an actual door within it. And so this door then gets unlatched and opens up. And when you, what you see in front of you is like it's like a storage container that has clearly been, where like one half of it is now like the coat check, right? So if you, like the storage container itself is now a little bit more narrower in terms of walkway. And on the left side, there's like a coat check. And on the far end of the storage container is another door. And you can hear like a thump, 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 on the other end of the door, on the other end of the storage container. And in this coat rack, there are a whole bunch of coats, like a bunch of coats there at the coat rack, which is a bit weird, because it's not necessarily what people wear so much, but it's like an entire rack of coats on hangers that obscures what's happening in the coat check. So you can't necessarily see
like
too
way too
much.
much. Yeah, I will just
way
sort
too
of
many coats. Yeah.
swim through them confidently.
And the person who has let you in is this woman, and this woman, she is sort of blue tinted a little bit, and she's got like a rebreather on her neck that is sort of like attached to her neck that's full of water, and you can see that she's got gills, right? And so she's not wearing like a full suit, but she's wearing this thing, and you can see that she's got a tank on her back, which seems to be sort of cycling water through into her gills. And she's wearing like a long overcoat, because she has a massive gun clearly underneath her overcoat. But if she didn't want you to know it, you don't have to know it. And she says, "All right, do you have any coats to check?" And she just sort of like moves her jacket so you can see that she's really talking about weaponry.
Just sort of show the saber.
Mm-hmm.
Terica, like their saber is just, or their rapier is just on their hip. Pretty obvious.
We will check those if you don't mind.
Well,
she takes them. Thank you. And you see her go to the coat rack, and she slides back some of the coats, and behind that there's like rifle, grenade launcher, a bunch of pistols, some swords, some axes. There's like a number of weapons that are all in these weapons racks, and she puts yours in this weapon rack, and then she covers them up with all these coats. And then she says, and then she presses what, you can't see it, but it's probably a button underneath like the counter where the coat rack is. And there's a couple beats, and you just hear from a speaker, "Is it all right?" She says, "It's all right." And then the buzz, and she goes, "You're free to go inside 316.
now I swim through the coats.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, and now I just sort of, thank you. And I just park
Erica
through
is
the
just
coats.
following Severance like a little shadow now.
Mm-hmm. And through like a wilderness of coasts, it might, if you were a different person from a couple of centuries or millennia in the past, you might think, "Oh, this is kind of the Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe," but instead of Narnia, it's not Narnia.
Drugs.
It's Barney.
Drugs! Which might explain Narnia, actually.
Oh.
So, look, Dad, I got into a wardrobe and then magical things happened and I ate some really good Turkish delight.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what?
There's a satyr staring at a road flare. It runs off. Yeah.
It's all hashish and opium. And so when you sort of push through this sort of rear door and you walk into this place, the 316, when you walk inside, it is dark, but there is like a, those kind of like, there's like a nice dance floor. There are velvet booths with these like sort of stuffed, beautiful sort of like velvet booths and benches. There is this Aslan woman in a sort of waitress outfit that is made out of latex, and she is carrying like a circle tray with cocktails on it, and she sort of walks by, and she looks at you both as if maybe she's seen you somewhere, like in a dream or something, and she looks to see if there's anyone else with you, but then she doesn't notice anyone else, and she starts to walk on, and then she looks at
as she
Severance.
sort of passes by, and I
Like-
I want to just be like, excuse me, is this uniform? As I sort of just give her the up down
Oh.
in latex.
No. She smiles at you. She says, "Where's your friend?"
Friend?
My mistake.
All right.
And
I must have one of those faces.
drink? And she points to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm good.
Do you know
And
somebody
she-
named Bartholomew?
Do any of you take any of the drinks?
I do not.
No.
Actually, I do. I'm not going to drink it. I'm just going to take it off the tray and put it in front of me.
I am going to need a roll
Mm-hmm.
from you. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna need Dex, and what would be a good roll? Well, you have two choices, is what you have. Choice one is going to be Dex and stealth would be one. Option one.
I do.
Option.
Okay.
Dex and stealth is option one. And the option two, which is open to Tarika, would be intelligence and couple of options. Intelligence recon, intelligence streetwise, intelligence stealth. Sort of streetwise recon or
I have the one
stealth with
option.
intelligence would be the second
I have
option.
the one. I have dexterity and stealth.
You have a choice of doing either dexterity and
choice as well.
stealth. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But Tarika, not being physically there, cannot do the dex stealth.
It's stealth. Cool. Okay.
I mean,
You
like,
said streetwise
Tarika's right next to
intel?
you, but yeah.
But
the
I'm
other
not.
one is
I'm not
intel
taking
based.
the. I'm not
You're not
taking
taking
the
the
drink.
drink.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
So
I'll do
you're looking
streetwise
at-
and intelligence.
okay.
Are they helping me with this role?
No, these are separate roles.
Separate.
Ooh, hopefully that's good. We'll see.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Looks good to me.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, and I think I still have a boon. No, I don't.
Nope. Mm-mm.
6.
And that is that based? Is that your
That is
Dex stealth?
intel. Oh no, I don't want to do stealth. Excuse me. That was not what I wanted. I wanted to do streetwise intel.
okay?
Just had stealth on my mind. Here we go. Third, 11.
So she moves the tray over and she hands it to you for you to sort of pick up a drink.
I
It's a
raise
whole.
the
It's
bottom of the tray, and I grab one of the drinks off of it. Are they all the same drink?
yes.
I grab one of the drinks and I place it in front of me, or I raise the
You're
glass
standing.
toward her. I raise the glass toward her and
Before
then
you
ask her
drink.
about.
Tarika, you made the 12.
Just to let you
You
know, I won't be drinking this.
You see something. It is very subtle. She, when he says that he will have a drink, there's a mentioning about Bartholomew. She moves the tray forward. He goes to take it, and she does a very subtle shift to guide him to take a very particular drink and coaster rather than what he was going for. It is a very subtle shift, right? That there's like a whole, they're all the same, right? All the drinks are the same theoretically, but they're in each, it's like a martini glass on top of a coaster.
Yeah.
And she just did a very slight shift once he said what he was looking for from the one he was going to take to one that was right next to it. You see her make this very slight shift that he does not pick up.
Would I know, like, Because I assume in also sort of diplomatic circles, the type of teacup that you're handed indicates how soon you'll be able to speak with the leader at the assembly in some cultures.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Would I know if that sort of thing is applying here?
So you rolled streetwise, which is about also knowing sort of like criminal protocol, right? Sort of power and all of this. Your vibe that you get is you do not get one of danger. Like, you don't get the sense that she's trying to poison him or give him a poison glass or something like that. But you also don't exactly get the sense. What you said about certain glasses, certain things are help you get in to meet people or not. All of those things are true, right? The idea that maybe she would give him this glass as a sign that he can go, that you both can go and see Bartholomew. And that is what you would expect. And that is what, with that 11, Severance might think. But in this moment with that 12, as she does this pivot, you get the sense that whatever this is not connected to this bar. That she wants to give him something, but it's just like a little bit of a glance, and you notice somebody else who's working here who's wearing a similar uniform but a different fabric. Right? It's like she doesn't work here. Like, you just get this flash that this is something else. That she doesn't work here. You know what I mean? Like, there's something, it's just like, you can't, this is trying to share other kinds of information, not the information you came here for. It's like a weird, like, you're like, oh, hold on a second, this is something else. Do you know what I mean? Like, that's the vibe you get, that this is like a passing off of information in a way that is maybe not supposed to be.
Okay. This other person in the similar outfit, are they also Aslan?
Nope.
Interesting. Okay.
There's nobody else Aslan in this bar.
Okay. Then I think Tirika would then ask them what their name is. They would say, "Oh, I never caught your name."
She smiles. Alice. Which is, by the way,
Alice.
not an Aslan name.
Can Tirika tell if they're lying or not?
Oh, that's an interesting question. That would be intelligence deception.
Please tell me that when an Aslan smiles, they purr a little bit.
Just a little. A little Eartha Kitt going on there, just like in your deep heart. So
I don't know if I know the answer for that.
I think what I'm going to tell you is this. This is how you tell if someone's lying or not. You're having a hard time figuring it out, not because you're incompetent, but also you might think, she's Aslan, right? Aslan have different sort of tells. They have different ways to read them, and so maybe you're just having a hard time reading Aslan's sort of ways of thinking. But actually, you don't think that's it. You don't think it's because she's Aslan that you're not being able to read her. You're not quite certain why you can't read her. It feels weird. Do you know what I mean? Like, it feels like all of the normal reasons why you would think that you could not read her, like maybe you're just bad at it, or maybe it's because she's Aslan, or maybe because she's a really good liar. Like, there are a lot of sort of ways in which you could think, oh, this is why I would not be successful in figuring out if she's lying. But none of those things make sense to you. Like, you know how, like, sometimes, you know when you fail, you often know why you fail? Do you know what I mean? You don't know. You do not know why you fail. You sense. You do not think, oh, she's telling the truth, or oh, she's lying. You're like, I can't tell, and that's weird because I'm not quite certain why I can't tell.
Okay. Okay.
If that makes any sense.
That makes, I mean, it makes sense in the fact that it doesn't make sense.
Yes.
Um,
Yes.
I think after she moves away, if Turika sees him try to drink any of it, then they'll knock it out of his hand. They'll try and make it look like some sort of accident, but without knowing more about what's happening here, it
Severance
sounds like
wouldn't
it's
drink
not
any of it.
poison. Huh?
Severance wouldn't drink any of it.
Oh, okay. Well, then they have no reason to knock it out of their hand unless they see
He
him start
rarely
to...
drinks as it is.
This has been established. He almost never drinks.
Yeah.
What do you do with this glass and coaster?
Sort of hold it. I think I'm sort of still fumbling with, I think like the data pad that I have, and just sort of still listening. You know, like at a cocktail party, you have like that. You do that like one-handed napkin and then the glass, and you're just sort of, that's sort of what's happening. But the napkin is in fact the data pad still, as is just sort of still looking, going over the sheets. He's probably, there's not really much of a, there is a subconscious nervousness to Severance at this point, because he's in it. He's got to now make the sale, but it also could be excitement. But I think his eyes keep going toward the manifest, and then just sort of as a comfort thing, but still glass in one hand with the data pad, and maybe the other hand is behind his back, sort of regal like, still keeping a presence.
And it's not like but a few seconds before another person who's waitstaff, a young man in the same sort of waitress cocktail dress, sort of like 1950s esque, but not at all the same material. It's the same color, but it's actually fabric, and he's wearing this sort of dress with the same fabric. And he walks up, and he's got a tray, but the tray's a little bit different. And he goes, would you like a drink?
I have one, thank you. Have a good drink.
No, thanks. No, thank you.
And my understanding is you're here to see Bartholomew.
Correct.
Good, come with me. And he walks you through this crowd, and you can see there are people playing cards over there. It's actually not particularly empty. You can see people laughing and sort of making noise, and there is it's not particularly sort of. It looks pretty nondescript. It looks like maybe like a private club in certain ways, but there are clearly people who are, let's call them civilians, who are here. It wouldn't look right not to have regular folks, but they all seem to be dock workers or people who are sort of like locals. Your coaster, Severance, as you're sort of being brought through to the back, to like the VIP area of this bar, sort of like in the backside, and there's like you kind of go behind this sort of DJ booth, and there's like a VIP area, and the lights are flashing, but it's not really time yet for dancing, but the music's a little bit loud. And as you sort of move to the back, you notice the coaster says White Rabbit, and there's like a picture of like a Mad Hatter with rabbit ears on the coaster underneath your martini glass, as you two are moved right into this little VIP area. And the waiter says, if you don't mind, have a seat. Mr. Bartholomew will be with you in a moment.
I'm gonna pocket the coaster.
And you can see him carrying a sort of like this tray of drinks, and he goes, are you sure you don't want anything?
Oh, no, thank you.
Oh, excellent.
I'm enjoying mine, thank you.
And he's about to leave, but you can tell that he's hesitant about something, and he goes, have a seat.
Terrica will like slowly sit while watching him.
Wonderful.
Glass down and sit as well.
And he sort of looks around, and he can see that somebody else has eyes on this particular booth. The booth is sort of set up so that people who are, let's say, bodyguards have a very good view of this particular area, but somebody walking in would not see who's in this area, right? So it's like people walking in from the front would not necessarily know that there's anybody here or who's here, but people from the sides who might be, guarding the area would be able to see who's there and who's not. And once he sort of makes eyes with somebody, he puts, a coaster and a drink down on the other side of the table where presumably Mr. Bartholomew would be sitting. And then he sort of leaves, certain that you're not going to drug this drink in any kind of a way, right? He sort of heads out.
And we're left alone in this room.
It's like a booth, yeah.
In this booth.
Hmm?
I think there's eye contact, or at least Severance sort of bobs over some eye contact to Terrica, but doesn't really say anything. Maybe like the reassuring eyebrow wiggle of like we're good, don't worry, or that awkward but he sort of just does that as we wait. Like this is all protocol.
Terrica beats his gaze and then just kind of nods, and it's pretty easy to tell that they're nervous.
Yeah.
Not terrified, but just
right.
Nervous.
The back door opens. There is another door on the back that opens to something somewhere deep inside this bar. And the door slides open and out walks Mr. Bartholomew, a Vargur with sort of reddish fur and this
Cool.
very immaculate white suit. Sort of steps in, and a monocle.
Vargur, for those of you who do not know, are wolf people.
Yes, they're sort of they're nice wolf people. And this Vargur comes and sits down on his side of this sort of the booth, picks up the martini, looks at it, sniffs it, looks around for a moment, a little bit frustrated, and pulls out a small sort of straw type device, because as a Vargur, he's got a maw, which makes it very hard to drink drinks out of glasses. It's a thing, right? And
it's a bowl. He has a large martini glass, and he just laps at it.
Yeah, basically.
Bring it to here. Yeah.
Right? And he sits, and he's laps some, and he puts it down back on this little coaster that's a little bit different than yours. And he says, David said you're all right.
Oh, yeah, he's a great mechanic and great guy. My Severance has an opportunity for you. And then they'll make eye contact with Severance, ah. Oh, you're muted, Cord.
No, he was going, you're right. You're right. We shouldn't say I'm an admiral. Yeah, as Severance is I have some cargo that we need to get rid of. And I heard that you could be someone who is interested in it.
And Mr. Bartholomew looks at your data pad.
Thank you. Yeah, and that's what I'll do. I'll zoom in and slide it across.
And Mr. Bartholomew picks up this data pad, looks at it.
Anything on there that strikes your interest?
Where would you get something like this?
Business I brought here is in credits, not information.
These things are connected.
Let's just
What
say
friends?
Let's just say the friends won't be back for it.
Let me ask you a different question. Who led you something like this? Is it anybody that I know? That's the question.
Severn sort of looks around the bar to Terica. What was the queen's name?
Margaret.
Oh,
Margaret.
Mm-hmm. Margaret Blaine.
Blaine. Personal friend of mine. Miss Blaine.
I can see her perfume on this sort of thing. It does indeed look like her.
We did not acquire it from her, just so you're aware. She was the lead. That's all.
Probably one of the last things she did before she died. Tell me.
Excuse me?
Yes. She was murdered in the Ogma system. I'd like to know if you might have... Tell me, when was the last place you saw her?
And
She was your lead. There's a ship that had her body on it. When did you get this lead from her? Trying to make a timeline.
obviously before then. I didn't know that this happened.
Yes, so when did you speak with her last?
Some
And
days before,
which
it must have
system?
been.
Which
Ogma.
system? Ogma. And just point of record, you have never been to the Ogma system. You went through Marduk.
Went through Marduk. Yes.
Yes.
All right, perfect.
She was not in the Ogma system. You were not in the Ogma system.
She was found in Ogma.
She was found in the Ogma system.
Okay, hold on. Maybe I don't say that.
And it was reported...
We did a job when did a job together, and she gave us this information. We were able to lift what you see there. Like you said, it must have been one of the last things she's done, but
did she tell you where she was
very
going
new to me
after this? Or anyone she was going to speak to?
It was the Sis and I believe.
And you can see that he just sort of makes a note on that. That the ship that she was found on was the Sis and I.
Oh.
no.
Yes.
Do you think they...
Yes.
Oh,
Well,
how awful.
we will be looking for that ship. They have been detained by Imperial law enforcement, the Navy, but we will not let the Navy hold the murderer of Margaret Blaine. That is ours, not theirs. Yeah.
She didn't deserve to die.
No, she didn't. And he just puts a couple types a couple things on the pad, and he slides the pad back over to you. We will take all 4 of those. And it says 1 million credits.
That's the best you can do.
That is what it's worth. Well, it's worth certainly more, but that is...
So you admit it's worth more.
It's certainly worth more, but the price and the trouble makes that... There's a lot of work to do to launder such a dangerous thing.
I know, you don't have to go through all of the minutia with me, but you're lucky you found me at a generous day, and I guess it also could be just my heart is I'm just a bit distracted. Yeah, let's.
Were you close with Margaret?
Do you have to be close to hold a legend in reverence like you would with her?
No, wasn't close, but thank you. She was more of an idol, really. But I
Yes.
think, and you were you close?
Yes, I've known her for a very long time. I knew her for a very long time. Let me see your pad. He looks at it.
That's across.
He types a couple things on it. He pushes it back across. Because it was the last thing she did. 1.5 million credits. What it says.
Tarika's hands are shaking, but they're under the table. Like they've got them like tucked down underneath the table.
And that, by the way, is because you spent those extra luck points to get the extraordinary success. It's part of that. That is cutting into my profits somewhat unacceptably, but she has been retired for some time. If she came out of retirement to mentor you, then this is something that she probably would have wanted.
I didn't think of it that way, but thank you.
I do ask this, though. If on your travels you learn where the captain of the Sisendai is being held, and you can pass that along to me through an expo message, I would appreciate.
Well, Bartholomew. Consider it done.
It is done.
Second.
I will have someone come to pick up those crates from your slip, and the credits will be transferred at the moment. Trade off.
I will.
It will take some time to be able to make those crates cooler. I'm sure you understand.
I do. That's why you are in that business and I'm in what I do.
Yes. Well. And he picks up his drink to Margaret.
Tarika keeps their hands under the table since they don't have a drink.
But Severance does. Spills a little bit out of his sides of his mouth.
And as he probably does that, I just toss it over my shoulder.
I'm gonna need a dexterity stealth.
And probably a
or
deception.
Deception.
Because I lied a lot.
Yeah.
Okay.
Dex deception for this one.
Uh-huh.
Because I lied a lot. Perfect.
I lied a lot.
Yep.
Dex deception? Is that what you said?
Mm-hmm. Yep. It's a bit of a sleight of hand situation.
Well, this one, but also could I have another one for the entire scene? Or is that because
Oh,
of the...
no. You didn't need that one because of your two
roll.
together with her help
Go.
and then your roll. You didn't need the deception.
Dex, what was it? Dex deception?
Dex deception.
Sweet. I really like how that's a mix and match situation.
Mm-hmm.
Here it goes. What I roll?
It's
It
a
doesn't
9.
look good.
No, that's all you needed was an 8.
9. Okay.
All you needed was an 8. It wasn't too hard because he wasn't distrusting of you, so he wasn't like super.
And also wasn't looking.
Yeah, he sort of paid attention. He sort of puts the thing down. He goes, "Well, thank you. I'm going to bring the folks around. We'll make sure that nobody's looking."
Thank you.
Pleasure to meet you.
I think as I turn, I slip on what I spilled just now. Then I make my way out.
I think when you go to slip, like Terica tries to kind of like grab you, hold you, like they try and help you kind of cover for it, and then after you're on your own 2 feet, they're like, ugh.
And
through
as you make your way
through the coats.
out through the crowd, through the coats, and you're out onto the streets.
I get my sword back?
Absolutely. With 1.5 million credits to be transferred to your hold, to your account.
Hell yeah.
Because which the king is going to want his cut of, I will note.
Yeah, that's fine.
What he gets a cut of keeps changing. I thought that the illegal things he didn't have to know about.
No, that's what he wants the money from, the piracy.
Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That said, as you make your way out, I have a question for... by the way, I imagine you pick up the signal jammer for 500 credits.
Yes, Terica does definitely pick that up. Although I don't know that they do it. Well, I don't think they would care if Severance came along or not. But yeah, they definitely pick it up.
Your child is picking up a signal jammer. Why? Who knows? It's 500 credits. It's a lot of money.
Listen, it's not your money. You're not my dad.
I trust them.
Now, that said, we will close the curtain there. We're going to take our 10-minute break, and when we come back, we've got some other folks to ask some questions of. What they're going to be up to. My friends, we're going to take a 10-minute break, and then stretch, get your legs all done, get yourselves hydrated so you don't dehydrate, and we will be right back.
I literally said in the green room that I was like, I'm not going to RP as much this episode because I did a bunch last episode. I just got to make a couple rolls for a sale, and that'll be it.
That's it.
Sorry for hijacking the first half, everyone.
You got 1 point.
We're back. We're back.
Hi.
I ate a salad.
Hi. Yeah, no, we're back. Because...
Who eats the funniest salads around?
I wasn't ready. I'm still eating.
We're back because there was a question that needs to happen.
Balls.
So, Rockette.
Yes, that's me.
You've sent me a DM that seems to be a little bit unethical. Not the DM itself, but the thing you're implying in this DM seems to be a little bit unethical.
I am shocked and appalled that you would even suggest. But go on.
Well, it says so. You have your contact, the librarian, also sometimes known as the antiquarian, who wants a blood sample from Severance because they have some concerns.
Concerns. I can understand that. These are concerning times.
And you have sent me a DM.
I did.
That says that you have a sample of blood already that you would like to give to the librarian, the antiquarian.
That's true.
So you're going to give that sample of blood that you're mentioning in this DM to the librarian.
I'm considering it. I'm thinking strongly toward the positive on that. I mean,
sample of my blood? I'm sorry.
Technically speaking, yes.
Severance's blood?
Okay, Severance is a very specific name you're using, but technically
okay, all right. A human that would match the same.
It is a sample of your blood.
Okay, I love this. Yep. All right, as yours, soldier. Soldier spelled with a P and a Y.
I mean, it's technically yes, factually yes.
I have no idea what this blood sample's about or why it's needed, but I love every moment of whatever the chaos is that you're doing.
And realistically speaking, for what the antiquarian wants to know, I believe this sample is actually going to answer more of those questions.
Okay. So you're going to have to get back onto the gambler to pick up this secret sample.
Well, I would be there anyway because I would have otherwise gotten a more current one from Val. So, which I imagine doesn't carry blood samples on his person? Question mark.
Val, you are on the Gambler, and the Harlock arrives back on the Gambler. You have not seen the Harlock for a couple of days. And the Harlock arrives.
Harlock is just gonna stare at him, just kind of like dead eye for a little bit. Do you belong here? Who are you?
Me?
I'm just kidding. Hey, I have a question for you.
Sure.
That doctor, is anyone nearby? Is anyone on the ship right now?
Right now, there is someone looking at you. There's some eyes looking at you.
Who is it?
Grebe number 3. Also, Grebe number 4. Just right there. Carnivorous Grebes.
Turns and looks in the Grebe's face. Is just right there. Oh my god! Doctor, can we go somewhere more private? This is very startling. I'm uncomfortable. Just slowly pushes. Doctor, can we go to your lab office? Doctor.
My room? Yes, we can.
The doctoring room, yes. So I would imagine as they're walking up. Also, the Harlock does have a glass of alcohol of some kind. You don't know where it came from. But it's probably a glass that's not even belonging to the ship. It's just there. Yeah, so what happened to all of you in the past couple days? I was going down to I knew where you were, and then all of a sudden I got teleported. It was a lot. But I made it back, and I set a camp on fire. What have you been up to?
Same old, same old. Saving people's lives and yeah.
Oh, well, that's festive. Oh, here we are in your doctor room. Very good. So,
by the way,
what do you
Evan
need,
is not
Harlock?
there because Evan is buying materials because you have a passenger, like is trying to get some nice food. Like Evan is off trying to get supplies for stewardship.
Yeah, so my understanding is, as a good doctor such as yourself would do, you keep parts of your patients. Blood, samples, DNA, genetic material. Yes?
Exceptionally odd question, but yes, if I'm testing them, sure. But if I'm done with them, they don't keep.
You're telling me that you don't stockpile and keep an updated catalog of everyone's information and materials?
Yes, what I'm telling you is that I don't. He would look around the bunks and the dressers that I don't have refrigeration units. I don't have stasis of any kind. I can keep them cold long enough to run tests, but I can't have a library or anything.
Ugh, I hate this ship. Don't get me wrong, there's many nice things about it, but this is one of the first things we should have. This is ridiculous.
I agree.
Well, let me ask you this. Have you run tests before on, I don't know, Severance?
As an example?
Hypothetically speaking, yes.
I have, sure. I've run tests on all of you.
Blood tests, specifically.
Well, and he would indicate that injection mark in your arm from way back when. I can get readings from everybody when I need them.
Can you now? Oh, that could be helpful. Would you mind? Harlock is going to pull out like some equivalent of like something that information could go onto. Probably not a thumb drive per se, but therein equivalency, imagine. Would you mind? Just right here, right on here.
The librarian wants actual blood because they need to do some very specific tests.
What do you want me to what and what?
Problem. Yeah, just any tests that you run on his blood. Just right here would be helpful.
On Severance's blood, you would
Well,
like me to put
maybe
on
everyone.
that
I mean,
pad.
I would accept everyone's blood, to be perfectly frank.
Well, to be very honest, I will give you your readings if you'd like.
I don't need my
Just
readings.
like I wouldn't give
I can give
all
my
that
own
just
blood if I need.
Well, sure, but I wouldn't give Severance information about you
Why not?
because I have a lot
I have
of
nothing to
ethics.
hide.
Ethics everywhere. I'm a doctor.
Doctor, please. You're going to tell me about ethics. Have you
I did
looked
a
around
moment-
for the
yes,
past few seasons?
yes. We're heading into a meta conversation now. Yes.
Regardless of all the things that we've done, you're going to lecture me on ethics right now. Come now, tell me. You're not the least bit curious about some of the things we've seen from him.
I can be curious, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to become a traitor to his health information.
Hold on, I didn't say anything about being a traitor to his health information. This
Well,
isn't
if I were to
anything
give you the
like that.
information, no offense, it's if he allows it, I could be convinced at that point, but I just have readings. I don't have any actual samples or
Quick question. Do we still have ways to communicate with each other, like, in the areas that we are? Is that not...
if everybody has a
it
portable
would-
computer, it has a comm
Yes.
device on it.
Yes.
Do we all... What I imagine we all would have, now that we're back on the station, have those.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I feel like we all have
Yeah.
like an earpiece in or something.
Yeah. Also, just for the record, I just everybody who's in the cast right now, if at any moment Val and the Harlock touch skin, just let me know. If at any moment Quint touches skin with Val, just let me know. Yeah, that's I just if
In
anytime
any
that
particular
happens,
way?
just let me know.
That sounds like a leading statement, but I'll let it
Just
slide.
let me
Yes, and?
I just need to know if these things happen. And
All right,
actually,
so-
if Val touches any of you all, I need to know. And if Quint touches any of you all, I need to know. But especially if Val touches Quint or Val touches the Harlock. Those are just things I need to know.
Hear that, Terica?
Let me make a note.
I heard that.
Concerns.
Good.
Guaranteed this has to do
Just
with
thanks.
anyway.
Anyway, okay.
So as they're having this conversation, I think Harlock would jump on to the Severance. Severance. Val, would you try? He's ignoring me.
He would pull up the communicator on his wrist. Admiral, this is the doctor. Are you there?
We need to retire that term. I assume it will blast to all of us, right? That's all Terica would say.
Even though they're in the same room, I think the Harlock would go onto the comm. I'm sorry, did you say the Admiral?
Yes.
An unfortunate
I did.
mistake.
Regardless.
Regardless.
King Severance.
It's Admiral.
Question.
Yes.
No.
If I give you access to my blood readings, can I have access to yours?
Ooh, yes.
Wonderful. Oh, and also, if you're nearby, I could use some actual blood sample as well. That'd be very helpful. I'll get back with you on that. Hangs up. Well, there you have it. That's practically a signed agreement, I believe.
I would need him here to read the injection in his arm, and I, again, don't have blood.
But you've taken readings before, have you not? You would have that information.
Well, sure, but I mean, it's just specific tests. It's not an inclusive panel.
Well, I'll take those tests then.
The Harlock.
Yes,
Sorry,
Your
Captain the
Majesty.
Harlock.
Yes, that's me.
Yes. Just so I'm clear, you want a sample of my blood?
Yeah, not too much. Just a smaller amount.
Cashing on this arbitrary deal now? Yes.
You know, I mean, what do we all do in our spare time?
What?
I'll give you a sample of my blood.
All right, yeah, but I'm not talking about it right now. But maybe at some point, just when I'm like, hey.
Oh, that's fine.
Now's the
That's
time.
fine. Just even trade whenever the opportunity arises.
Right. It's obvious that we can't keep it.
You know, I mean, there are ways. You know, I will say, if we had a refrigeration unit on this ship, we could actually keep samples for a lot longer. Is what I'm hearing right now.
Maybe with the million and a half credits that I just made us, maybe we'll buy one.
Oh,
That's right.
look at you!
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's and turns to Val. You know, I will admit it. That is impressive.
I'm gonna take a timeout real quick. Trooper, did you mean 1 million? Because the street value of those is
Yes,
100K.
I did. Yes, I did.
They give us 15 times the amount.
1.5 million, because these drugs are not those drugs. Those are general illegal drugs. These are not those drugs. These are
super illegal.
I was trying to tell you, these are super illegal drugs, and they're also marked, which is one of the reasons why you can't just sell them like to like a general market. You need somebody. You needed somebody actually who is very
Can make
connected.
the roll. Yeah.
Well, you needed somebody who actually knew Margaret Blaine, because she knew that level of fence, who could actually get you there. Yeah, these are not those drugs. These are much better drugs.
Other drugs.
Well, Your Highness, I'm impressed.
Thank you, Admiral. Was fine.
Yes,
Sure.
Excellency, of course. Well, let me know when you're in an area where I can get some blood from you.
I'm on my way back now.
Oh, wonderful, wonderful.
Tarek is with me.
Oh, that's nice. Tarika, are you there?
Yes.
Wonderful. It sounds like you've had a nice time. All
Quinn's
right,
probably
well,
running out of
no.
oxygen right about now, by the way. It's been 2 days.
who's
What?
running out of oxygen?
Great segue.
Quint is probably going to run out of. It's been 2 days
It's been
since
2 days already?
since Quint's been hanging out on the far side of the moon. Probably running out of oxygen pretty soon. Just noting it.
It's fine.
To be fair, the Harlock has no idea who Quince is.
Oh, yeah.
Here are the tests that you asked for. And by the way, according to my watch, Quint died 2 hours ago.
I don't know who that is. I'm
I got
sorry.
good
You know?
personal bubble. If anyone's dead, it's Patate. Yes. It ain't me.
Who is this? Is this a new passenger or something?
No, actually, there's absolutely no way Val knew about this because he wasn't in the scene where any of this happened. So we have no
but
idea what's going on with it.
But Tarika did tell you that they were
Tarika did
going
tell
to,
you.
after everything
Yeah.
happened, Tarika was like, oh, so Quint is going to go pick it up and we're going to meet them on the other side of the moon.
Yeah.
I think it was like a one-line sort of like.
That was it. That was all. That was all you were
I have
told.
no, What I'm saying is I have no idea about the air
No, I'm
limit
sure.
or that there's a time frame or anything. So
Quint's not gonna allow themselves to run out of oxygen. It will
I
take
can
dip
imagine.
back down to the planet if necessary. Just vent a little bit. And, yeah.
But
all
I'm
I'm
just noting it. Just noting it because y'all on comms. That's all. Good.
All right. Well, I'll see both of you in your turn. And then jumps off the communicator.
and when you jumped off, whatever like thumb drive you would have, Val would be handing it back to you. It's not much, but it's what I have.
Well, you know, I'm a simple woman with simple needs, and this will meet those requirements.
I don't believe
Um,
anything you just said, but okay.
Sue pops up.
Oh. Yes, hello.
Hello. Quinn
Can I help you?
is the new crew member aboard the Gambler.
I'm sorry, what? That, turning directly back. I'm sorry, we're taking on new crew members everywhere now.
I don't remember voting, but they seem competent.
Well, that's at least a step in the right direction. What do they do exactly?
I'm afraid that's above my pay grade, Captain. You'll have to talk to the Admiral about that one.
Can they fire a weapon? Are they at least useful?
They
They
seem
are
to be.
Soleimani.
Oh,
See you later, Sue. And he's going to dismiss Sue.
interesting.
Sue is dismissed, but like it
festive.
just feels a little sluggish. That's all. Like Sue goes with, but it
So
just
you have a
feels a little
side-eye?
sluggish. A little sluggish.
Oh, that's festive. Well, where exactly is this new crew member now?
What I was told, the other side of the planetary body, I believe.
Moon.
Okay, well, that's.
I didn't know if it was an asteroid or a moon, so whatever
basically.
planetary body.
Some because they've got the stealth ship, which you just can't, because that was the big issue. Because you had to go back and forth and do a bit of a swap around because you cannot bring that stealth ship onto the high port. So she's just hiding out on the inside of the asteroid, and so you can hook up.
No, well, I look forward to meeting them. Doctor, also, do you have any means by which someone could, hypothetically speaking, transport a dead body? A large one, a very large one, kind of heavy.
Why would you want to transport a dead body?
Well, I could leave it as someone else's problem, but that seems rude.
I will answer the question the way I answered a prior question as he sweeps around the room. I have no refrigeration outlets.
Well, we wouldn't
if I
have
try to
for long.
If I try to put them under into a low berth, they're still going to rot.
Would low birth slow the rotting process?
They're not alive anymore.
Ugh. All right, well, I'll level with you. It's an Aslan.
Lovely.
He's dead. Well, I'm pretty sure.
Gathered.
And he's on a ship, and I figured it would be the polite thing to return. They're very, they're very specific about these things, and I thought maybe it would find us some good graces to return him to his people, family, ship, crew. I don't know how they refer to each other.
Trooper, I might be crossing this with Klingon, but I thought that the Aslan didn't give a shit about the body once somebody died. It was more of a whoever they were is gone. I can't remember if that's the case though. It'd be something that Val would add here if that were the concern.
Yeah. There might be some issues.
But I thought they.
Yeah, they also did bury their bodies, right? So they buried all of those Aslan people and that in their ship. So they do seem to, and they didn't have to. So they do seem to care about honoring their dead in various ways.
It could be maybe like a Viking situation where they want to send them off in the proper manner.
We could conceivably rig something up with the auto chef. I mean, refrigeration, not for dinner, but
oh my word. Yes, no, I haven't ever been that hungry. Well, as far as transferring,
I have another suggestion.
Well, go on.
You just need to keep them cold, correct?
Could we
put them in the airlock and open the exterior door, let them freeze, and then close the airlock? Yes, we could.
That's good. If we were, say, to open the airlock and then tie them to the ship and let them kind of... Yeah, the Aslan wouldn't be very happy if they saw that, I suppose.
I don't
The Aslan are only a couple of hours away.
Just flash freeze them, and then he won't thaw out until...
That seems like a good idea to me. Well, as far as transferring him over, if we get far enough away from the station, we could likely have the shuttle just, if we're going to be...
We'll never know.
Oh
no.
Teleport.
No.
We can absolutely do that, Harlock. I'll get right on it.
Perfect.
At this moment, I know we're going to get the Harlock back. Let me just ask the people out on the trade, do you want to get freight or try to get mail?
freight we can sell anywhere. We're buying freight to sell somewhere else, correct?
No, you are.
No.
Didn't expect that, did you?
Hey,
No.
hey. You phased out
Neither.
again.
What happens is that there is somebody who wants freight carried from station A to station B, and then if you take up that lot, they will give you a fee for it. It's all specific.
Okay, so freight and mail are both specific.
And they're
Well,
like
we-
basically I just need you to haul cargo from point A to point B for us. Is basically.
We're going to ASIS. Is there anything? I think we're going to ASIS.
You can get
Is
stuff
there
to take
anything-
off to. You're going to number 1 next, and there is cargo that
Okay.
freight you can pick up to take to ASIS. Number 1.
I think we should do that.
All right then. Good. There are 20 D-tons of cargo that you can pick up.
I will do that.
Excellent. Also, do you want to get a low berth passenger? That's going to ASIS. Sorry, not ASIS. Number 1 or ASIS.
Greg's
Never,
vote is
but
no.
Everyone wants to. Or not everyone wants to. Everyone else can say, but I don't want to. 20 D-ton.
Oh.
What is this? Freight? Cargo? Mail? What is it we're doing? Cargo.
You're gonna pick up some freight.
Okay, freight.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we're doing freight.
Great.
We don't want to do a low berth passenger. That means we just have an empty low berth with nobody in it that could be making us money right now.
Mhm.
I mean, low birth, since they wouldn't be well, I mean,
Awake.
they'd be alive, obviously, but they wouldn't be awake. I mean, and we have one open. I personally feel okay with it.
Here's my RP reason, or the meta RP reason, which is both of those things, that we would keep it open. We have options. We can, we have weird pirate options. We can think outside the box. We have
Cord, are you suggesting we abduct people?
I'm not saying we abduct anybody, but I'm just saying if the moment arose and we needed an empty one, we have
Okay.
one.
Well, you know what? I've been swayed to keeping it open.
But I also understand if you're like, we should just make money. I totally get that. But maybe we just leave it open and see what happens.
It's only like 1,200 credits, so
it's
Yeah,
not
I mean that's
super-
not.
thereabouts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we have to worry about where they're going. I guess
Well,
it
you
doesn't
just
matter
look for
'cause
somebody who's
they're-
going to the next spot, basically.
Yeah, we could just
Right,
pick
right,
up
right.
someone going to number 1 and then drop them there.
True. Well, it's Trooper though. It's not gonna be that easy.
Oh, it never is. He's freaking hot.
Uh-huh.
I'm not gonna fight this. But Terrica's vote would have been to pick up a passenger. Just for the record. For whatever record exists.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Both Greg
Yeah.
and Val can be swayed either way. I'm just saying.
It's not
That's
enough
fair.
money that I don't know that the Harlock really cares too much about it.
You make a lot of money with piracy. That's it.
And
Right.
abduction. I'm just saying.
Yeah. Is there anyone who needs to be
That
abducted
ticks.
from this planet? I guess
Always.
that's the question we really need to be starting with this group.
Always.
Good golly. I think we I think we just leave it open. Once again, we have potential RP possibilities with it, and also when it comes to Severance's reason, he just wants to leave. Let's just get off. I just want to get out of here and get off of this planet and get off of Thebus ASAP. He's sort of getting he's getting cabin
Antsy.
fever? What's the antsy? He's getting antsy.
He's getting antsy.
Yeah.
I need to know if we're going to get some blood samples delivered to the librarian.
Yes, but the Harlock would leave the ship before Severance actually gets back. She wants that blood sample for sure, but she has other plans.
Okay.
She'd make a swing by her quarters, pick a couple things up, this, that. And there's a few things that she's going to pick up and take with her on her journey last time onto the port.
Where do you go?
So first is going to be going to the librarian's quarters.
And
we're gonna
by the
deal with
way,
this.
Lindy, could you just make me a roll while we're doing this? Because you've been spending some time on some propaganda.
I have
yeah.
been.
Mm-hmm.
Scrubbing the Final Cut
I
Pro.
was thinking intelligence computers or intelligence
Education.
deception. Education.
Yeah.
Don, do you want
Uh,
education deception or education computers?
It depends on how honest you're being. I suppose is the best way to put it.
Okay, this isn't like I'm reporting the truth. This is make the Imperials look as bad as possible. There's truth in there,
Believably bad as possible.
I am having it narrated by Chaz, my dead former coworker. So because I have a lot of years worth of voice recordings for him, and I can just.
I feel like this could be one aiding the other.
Okay. So what would you like me to roll? And also, do I get like a boon because I've had like 2 full days to work on this?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Well, boon no, but reduced difficulty yes.
Oh, okay.
It's basically what it is.
That's good enough. Yeah. So you want me to roll? Do you want me to roll? Which one do you want me to roll first?
That's on you. What you think is your core. Are you using deception to aid your computers, or computers to aid? Then computers to aid your deception.
Okay, it's not my strong suit. Education. But we'll give it a go.
This is training still, yeah.
It's probably not gonna give me aid, but we'll see. Oh, actually 8.
Yes. Okay.
8 with computers. That's what the negative
I need
one.
your education deception.
Education deception. Sure.
Yes, and you get a +2.
Hell yeah. Cool. Education deception. +2. Boop. 11.
So, you needed a 12, but the difficulty
because
is
I
reduced
had
down to
2 to 3 days to work on this.
Yes.
What did the difficulty get reduced down to?
To 10. You always take it down a.
Cool.
Because basically, it's very difficult to make a very convincing thing, but it's amazing. Actually, this looks
really good.
Really good. It is not. It's really good.
It's really good. You know.
And if
it's
people
my finest
wanted
work
to
with the computer,
and if people wanted to try to see through it, they would not be rolling against a 10; they'd be rolling against a 12, right? Because
cool, yeah. And the thing is that all the footage isn't modified. It's just maybe the order of events a little bit. Maybe some of the words being said. Like the voiceover is probably the biggest thing there. Yeah.
AI for that.
Thanks, Chaz.
Yeah. Please be prepared to describe this video in a little bit more detail in a few moments. The
Harlock.
Sure. Oh, yeah. The Harlock, you are heading off to.
Yes. The library.
Now, as you're heading, so you head over to the librarians, which is that small sort of like, small motel.
Yes.
And she's there drinking tea. She goes, have you returned with the sample that I've asked for?
Yes.
Please.
And Harlock will come out. I assume there's can sit like kind of opposite. So would sit and then would hand.
And probably on like pillows, you know?
Would hand over a little
blood sample?
It's a blood sample, but it's in something like specifically that can help keep it alive longer.
And I just want to be very, very clear. You are handing over a blood sample that you have to the antiquarian, the librarian, and you have not, because I don't want anybody in the audience to feel like they missed something. Nobody has seen you get a blood sample from Severance at all.
No one has.
Nobody has. And so we did not discuss out like, you know, in the break room where Severance is like, sure, I'll just like toss over a blood sample. That did not happen.
I haven't seen Severance in about 3 days.
Have not seen Severance in 3 days, and here comes this blood sample. She takes it
over. Also, when you have a moment, of course.
Yes. By the way, this is excellent technology. This has been housed in.
Yes, I was given one early on when I left my post some years ago. For
Thank
occasions
you.
like this. It's not often I get to use it, unfortunately.
And she sort of tucks it into like she's got like a it's like a dictionary, and she just opens up and she tucks it into the dictionary, which clearly has like a false sort of slot in it. Yes. I'm going to need about 24 hours to do preliminaries. If you are here, I can send the preliminary results back over to you just so that you might be aware of what you're dealing.
Yes, that would be wonderful. Also, in the meantime,
Hmm.
the Harlock would produce from it's like a larger pocket on the inside of a jacket or something, but like it's a covered it would be wrapped in kind of like brown like shipping paper, like that kind of a thing with like string on the outside. Nothing fancy, but would hand a small package over. Something
She
I thought you
reaches
might
for
enjoy.
it, suspicious, and she says, "Oh, well, thank you." But in your mind, because all of the very detailed things might be incriminating are all happening psionically, not through the mouth, right?
Mhm.
Um, is this to be delivered to someone?
No, it is for you. A
Oh,
gesture of thanks.
she seems surprised. She opens it. What is it?
And so what would be on the inside would be just a small, it's real tattered, it's real worn looking, but it would be a small collection of Zidani poetry in the old tongue from one
Oh,
of like the classics.
yeah.
And having said vocally like, oh, you know, as a gesture of thanks, and then mentally would be, and a little something to remember me by.
She looks really quite moved, actually. Um, this is and like the default is to do this psionically, right? Uh,
Mhm.
this is beautiful. This is something, and there's this sort of moment where she is a spy. She's a courier, but she also has spent decades being an antiquarian, right? Being a librarian, and that is a cover, but. And you could ask Quint about this, but sometimes your cover is actually something that you really love. Then sometimes it's
One does
stolen
not
from
spend
you
that
by
much
people.
time like dealing with books and not have some sort of an affinity.
Yeah. And you can tell this means something. And she says, in your mind, my lady, this is something very meaningful. And if there is anything that you wish me to send back to your family, I will, despite the troubles going on with the elections.
Well, I fear that it would only be a disappointment if I were to break the rules to communicate, even given everything that's gone on. So, but
Yes.
I am glad that this is something, and this is like in part like
Yeah.
in the mind, and uh, but I am glad that you enjoy that. That is thanks enough on my end.
I will make sure that whatever it is I find in the initial sweep, I have to bring this back to the consulate, of course, for further testing.
Of course.
But whatever I can glean, I will share with you. I'm not supposed to, but I will pass on the initial results. It will take me near 24 hours for the
Yes.
initial. And I might be able to find something else I can give you. Thank you.
And the Harlock would lean forward and kind of put a hand like I would imagine just hand resting like kind of on her leg or something, kind of reach over and put a hand on top. I know you'll be able to find anything that there may be to be found.
I wish you to know my family is always backed yours in the balance of power. Your aunt was a great influence of mine.
Well, I know that certainly would have meant a lot to her, and I do know it means a lot to me as well. She was a great woman.
Yes,
Cold as ice at times, but great nonetheless.
and her passing was so strange.
Mm. Yes. Yes, it was. But these are indeed strange times, are they not?
Yes, she did sacrifice much to save your father.
Yes. Well, hopefully it was not for nothing as things go.
Well, one hopes. I'll have to do this work if the suspicions are correct. Your severance is perhaps something none of us could understand. Something very
Yeah.
dangerous indeed.
That's the sense that I've gotten, so I will be grateful to know more, of course. But there are
Yes.
things afoot that bring a bad taste into my mouth.
And also, if you can find the location of any sort of viridian, a large viridian vein, it will be much appreciated. We've been scouring and hope we can find such a thing before anyone else does.
Yes, well, it would be. I shudder to think what would happen if it fell into others' hands.
Yes. There's a group that's working on testing experiments with Viridian, and my understanding is that no one's been able to find anything large enough to do anything of great meaning with. So, one hopes.
Yes, that is indeed suspicious, and I don't like the sound of it.
Milady. And
yes,
she sort of gives you this sort of like bow of great respect.
And the Harlock would kind of rise to her feet. Well, I shall leave you to yours. I have a few more stops to make before I leave this awful place.
Yes. And she sort of guides you to the door. She goes, well, it's very nice to have done business with you, and if you have any other sort of used books, I'd be very happy to meet with you about them.
Yes,
Loud.
of course. And with our travels, we come across many things, so we will certainly be in touch.
And that sort of
Harlock kind of says that and just like spins and walks off.
Back in the lab, Sue had been given instructions to continue to do some blood work, and Sue just every once in a while flickers up and like does blood work on the computer. There were tests that Val had asked Sue to do that take some time, and you know, being given a task, Sue crops ups here and there, just working on testing.
I will say there is one other stop that before we leave this place that the Harlock wants to make. Just.
And I imagine you're looking in the sort of that sort of open area where people sort of come and go.
Wait, real quick, are we testing stuff?
You had given Sue the instructions that he was to go and do further tests on the connections between Severance and Terrica. Sort of long, deep comparisons between their samples.
Oh, I thought we already had the answers to that. It was just paternity, wasn't it? Like DNA and...
Yes, but you wanted deeper ones. You said that you wanted him to go in more depth because you now are like, after that whole weird vision thing, you're like, that was a little bit weird. And you wanted Sue to just do sort of longer term analysis. And just, Sue has been working on that for the last couple of days whenever Sue has time. Just sort of crops up, continues to crunch numbers, and fades back down. It was kind of like a background thing you'd asked, and maybe you'd even forgot about it, but Sue is still working because you had asked. Just crops up. And I think when you're in your crew, you just see Sue just pop up and continue to work on the computer. Just, whoop, crunch number.
Okay, I'm missing this. I'm going to ask the meta question here.
Yes.
Val never asked for that, right?
You did.
Really?
You did. Yep. You did. It was like, could you just go and do that? And Sue was like, yes, but it was one of the things that was going to take a really long time. And then you went off, but this was a thing that you absolutely asked for him to do extra work on this. And he just hasn't come back with the results yet.
I think it's because you were wondering, like, what was, if there was some sort of way that the Baron had been trying to, like, play with that connection to the...
Yes.
and
Yes.
if there was like some sort of connection with like maybe controlling Terrica, or Terrica being able to do more, or something.
It was more very specifically, you were worried that maybe anything that might have been in Severance might be in Terrica because of their, like, you had done a genetics test, like, oh, are they related? But then you're like, well, wait a minute, if the original Primus got weirdness with psionics or whatever, I want to see if there's something there. You had asked for a follow-up set of tests. And
I believe all of you, what you're saying, but Greg, much like Gandalf, has no memory of any of this.
Yes.
So I will just assume that that's what's going on, and
I
I'll go
just
away
want to
now.
let you know that this is like a long test that Sue continues to just show up every once in a while doing these sort of number crunches that Val had asked, because Val was a little bit worried about like what the sins of the father, like what might this mean for Terrica, and that was just a little extra that every once in a while Sue just crops up doing this a little bit of extra work, as if Sue's never completely asleep because they have a long-term project to work on. Just sort of props up here and there, just working away. And the Harlock heads towards, I believe, Fernando.
Why, yes, that is correct.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So would I was gonna say would go toward like a populated area, just because that's always where he is. Just
that's exactly always where he is.
being
and you see him with some roses, right? And he's doing that thing, right, where he is sort of like lounging about, looking for interesting people to proposition, while also noting everybody who comes in and out of this of the port, right? It's like a dual purpose, you can tell at this point.
So Harlock would kind of try to maneuver up to where, like, suddenly just materializing kind of just behind over his shoulder, with the intention of startling him.
Would you like to dodge?
Sure, let's. You know what? Sure.
What is your dex?
Hang on. When all my business restarted, that restarted too. Let me.
What is your dex bonus?
Is my dex bonus is a bonus of 1.
Okay, so you startle him.
Yay!
He stabs you. Is what happens. Yeah. He does stab you. Because you startled
vital,
him.
I hope.
No, but I do need to roll damage.
This is what I get for trying to be cute.
You're being cute with somebody who is kind of
As an aside, do have subdermal armor, so
yes.
would it be a getting past that stab?
Well, we will
or just like a surprise. Whoop, stab.
Yeah, it's a little stab because you got much closer to him than people normally get to him, which, you know, he doesn't respond super well to that. It's a thing that happens. This is I need to roll my damage. Are you ready?
Yeah, let's hope so.
Mm-hmm. That's a 1d plus 2. Oh, 6. So what are you wearing in terms of armor?
So again, I've got my subdermal armor, and in addition, I have cloth armor.
Which is how much?
A blade by 6. Or wait, hang on.
6, or is it 8?
Yes.
I need to know. This will matter. This is gonna matter.
Let's see. Cloth armor. I believe it's 6. Just for the cloth armor.
Great. So that's 7 total?
Yes.
Please take 2 points of damage.
All right. Fernando, what the hell?
Oh no,
You
I'm so sorry.
Me. You stabbed me with that. That's not even a knife. What is that?
And like it looks like, what it looks like is like it looks like the rose, but the rose itself is actually not a rose. It's a concealed knife. There are a bunch of actual roses, but one of them is a concealed knife, and he's like horrified.
How do you stab me with a rose?
No, I'm so sorry. Oh no.
Who does that?
You surprised me.
I didn't know you were gonna stab me with a flower.
I didn't know you were going to surprise me. I'm so sorry. One moment.
I'm bleeding. Here, give me
No,
that. Give me. And Harlock is just gonna start like, if there's like part of his shirt, she's gonna rip part of it off and start trying like.
Yeah, he tries to do some first aid on you, but he is not good at the first aid.
No, I know he's not good at it.
I'm so sorry. I can't.
Yeah, just take off your shirt. Give me your shirt. It's the least
He
you can do.
rips off his shirt, and there's some wind, right? And like his shirt is already open, pretty much, and he sort of like rips off like strips of his shirt. Now he's just like there's just abs. Also pecs.
Abs. Oh my god.
So sorry.
No, it's you know what? This is I would have done the same if someone snuck up on me, although I would have killed them. I would recommend next time you go for a killing blow. If somebody
I'm sorry.
to hit you would be dead by now.
Yes.
Regardless. Here. We're going to be leaving the station soon, and I brought you something. And it's just like in a little... The bag itself is pretty minimal. The bag, like, not totally just like a brown craft bag, but akin to that, just very muted color, kind of about yay in size. And within that bag would be like one small like rectangle of tissue paper just kind of placed in it. And then there's a small box. This one probably is like the craft, that brown kind of just very, very, everything about it looks incredibly dull and uninteresting.
Oh. If you give me something this boring, I know it must be very important. Please note, I owe you a favor. When next time you come through Thebus...
You won't stab me?
No, I will make it up to you. I owe you a favor for this.
Wonderful.
Should I open this here or in private?
Yes. I'm going to need to get this looked at very soon.
Yes. Okay. And he unwraps the very small little box.
So within this box, once he opens it, it is... Imagine, if you will, envision Mr. T, and then think about like a Mr. T-esque necklace. It is bold. It is gaudy. It's horrific.
It's
like
wonderful.
there's gems, and at the bottom, for no actual reason, it says R on it, and there's a little rose in where the hole in the R would be, but there's gemstones. They're all different colors. Like it's practically just like gleaming. And so when it opens, you can be like, yes, it's loud, it's gaudy, it's hideous.
It is perfect.
It made me think of you, so I hope you enjoy it.
This is, Val, can you please roll psionic strength plus, recon?
Uh-oh.
Psionic strength plus recon. How do I do that?
Can you put psionic strength in the drop down? Is it there for you?
Oh.
In the skill area.
I don't have recon. Okay, hold on.
You can give me, if not recon, you can give me medic. It's a little different though.
It does not, psionic strength does not appear in the drop down.
Give me 2d6. Yeah, put your book, do it manually. And I will actually add that in there to make it possible.
7 plus a 1 would be 8.
8, that's all you need. You know your hand?
I'm aware of them, yes.
Not both of them. Just your good hand. The one you use to grip things, you know that one?
You're strong.
Oh, grip.
Yes.
It starts turning into Viridian. It just starts going from that flesh that it was into a kind of like it starts looking like Viridian, and you get this pain in your side as if you've been stabbed.
That's troublesome.
Yes. Yes. And it looks like your hand is made out of Viridian gemstone, but it can still move, you know? But it has that sort of feeling of like a fluid, like living stone. And
He wouldn't
you just
be.
feel like you've been stabbed. Not too bad.
Yeah,
a little love stab.
He's not concerned. Yeah, he's not concerned about the hand at all because he's already had that. The stabby thing is a bit disconcerting.
You'd say a knife, like some sort of modified dagger. It feels like.
But I don't have the wound. I just have the
roses.
Sure. Okay. He will make a mental note of the stab pain, and put it on his list of things to talk about. Should anybody appear with a stab wound?
Weird. And Fernando says, "I love this. This is everything." He sort of puts it on.
Wonderful. Oh, it suits you perfectly. It's R, both for Roses and Fernando.
Good. By the way, since you are coming here, I should tell you.
Yes.
My contacts have given me some information you might find interesting.
Go on.
A bit of a message came through a secret channel that I have seduced some people who work on the communications.
Wonderful.
A call has gone out to outside of the space. Outside of out there. It seems as if a pickup shuttle came sometime early this morning to the surface and left again.
Interesting.
Not coming into the high port.
That is interesting. Definitely not the sort of thing that would make any sort of jumps on its own, yes?
No, not at all. It was not jump capable. But accent imperial rather than from here. Not local.
Well, I'll tell you. I do feel the Imperial is often up to things. And,
Well, too much.
As are we all. And then, I think during this whole thing, she probably would have been sitting, so now, like, kind of stands up. Well, I shall leave you to your information, and I do hope that our paths cross again, although hopefully with less stabbing next time.
Yes, just less outside of my peripheral vision. I get a little stabby.
Well,
so
and
sorry.
You know, that is on me.
No, that was on. I will make this up to you. If you come through here again, I will make sure I have something good for you to make up for it.
Wonderful. I love to hear it. Certainly worth a small friendly stabbing. Meanwhile, don't do anything I wouldn't do, and just
wait. He pulls out some perfume and he sprays it on the wound. Yeah, it's high alcohol content, a little disinfectant.
Of course, I appreciate that.
Oh, so sorry.
Well, it smells much nicer then, I guess. Oh, we'll certainly get in touch. And kind of like slowly heads back to the ship.
At this moment, it seems to me we have everyone on this ship and also Quint running out of air.
I have a quick question that I've been scouring the internet for this whole time. How much did we buy of 20D 10 tons of freight, or whatever that is? 20, how much was that?
You did not buy it.
Okay.
Because freight you do not buy, you haul.
Oh, you just haul and then we get paid later.
Yeah. It's all flat rate.
Okey-dokey.
It's just
That's
like
in
you're
cargo,
just
not
like you're
in our
just
account.
yeah. It's just you're just picking up.
Yep.
And this is going to be worth like you're going to get paid 10,000 for. There's a lot of 10 that you'll get paid 10,000 for when you drop it off at number 1, and another lot of 10 they'll be paid 10,000 for when you drop it off at number 1.
Okie dokie.
So there's no like you don't have to broker. You just have to see if the lots are there, and you have to take the lots as they're packaged.
It was 20 D10. Is that D tons?
They're two 10 ton lots of freight.
Okay.
So for 20 total.
So 2.
You'll get 10 grand a piece for each lot.
Okay.
Yeah, so you're not buying the car, you're just hauling freight.
Okay.
Somebody's like, hey, if you're flying from here to there, will you just move this thing from here to here? It's like
is it cargo space?
Yeah, it is. You're going to be taking out 20 tons of cargo. Or you can either take 10 for 10 or 20 for 20.
That's what that entire thing means. Okay, cool, got it. Okay, I'm just trying to figure out the list here.
Mm-hmm. My crew, all of you together on the ship, with Quint and Patatias running out of oxygen, you are here.
Well, didn't Quint say that they were dropping in and out of orbit to vent?
They're trying not to move unless they have to.
Okay.
Because anytime they move into orbit...
But,
Yeah, anytime they move to orbit, they could be picked up by the sensors on the high port. So it's better if you get them before they run out of oxygen.
That makes sense.
I think as soon as we get back once Severance and Terrica get back to the ship with the hull and the clamp is installed and the second we've offloaded all of the goods and everything, Terrica will be in the pilot seat, like ready to go, ready to lift off. Like, okay, all right, it's time to go pick up Quint now. And then talk to Patatias's dad. Like they're there, they're switching all the they're clicking everything, turning it on.
I'm sorry, who are we picking up?
Captain?
Captain? Yes.
There's like a call in your comms.
What?
Could you please come to the door?
What? Just who is this?
Services? High port services?
Wonderful. And then getting off the comms. Terrica, what have I missed something? What's happening now?
Oh, well, in your absence, Severance invited Quint to join the crew. To be fair, they're an excellent fighter. They do a fantastic job. Very, very good. They are used to be a part of Solsec, but they are not a fan of Solsec anymore. And they're very good at ropes, like being able to get. Well, they can. You know, like there's the cirque that they have, that the Soleimani have, that where acrobats are very good at.
Terrica, we don't need an acrobat on the ship.
Yeah, but
acrobatics.
They are very good at what they do. Both in that they took out I don't know if they took out. Well, Val also blew a hole in the side of the building, but they ran into a building and rescued the president, and now the president is on our side. Did anyone tell you about that yet?
At least there's that. No. So what service?
Beep beep. This high port services for the captain, the Harlock.
Why are the high port services trying to talk to you?
Gets on there. I mean the facility. I'll be right down. And turns it off. Ugh. Is everyone here? Are we waiting? We have to. And Harlock does not wait for Terrica to actually answer that question. Oh yes, and by the way, and Harlock would give Terica the information for the shuttle, that, and then kind of as probably writing this down, I guess, as giving that, we're going to need to touch base with this shuttle. We have to pick up a dead body from them. All right, I'm going down if anyone needs me, and just kind of walks off toward the door.
Glad you're back. Did you kill them?
It's an Aslan. I picked it up.
Oh, okay. Good. I think.
At the door onto the Gambler, if our captain goes to see Highport Services.
I guess there's not really a choice. Does Severance show up too?
Oh, I'm trying to turn my camera off. There we go.
Yeah, Severance. Does
Oh,
Severance also go?
He's there. Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Oh, Severance, you're coming down for the no. Okay, that's fine.
No, they shouldn't. Captain, how are you?
Yes, well, I would imagine they want to speak to an admiral more so than a captain. But
They said
fine.
captain. They said captain.
So goes down to the door, and like hits it open. Yes. So
And there, standing in front of you, is an Aslan woman in like a latex 1950s sort of waitress outfit, with a small box, looks like a box of confection, and says, "We at the Theban Highport Corporation are so happy that you have been here as one of our customers, and of course we always leave a mint on the pillow of everyone." And then just hands you this little box. Looks like a box of like fancy chocolates or mints. And this Aslan woman smiles.
So Harlock is immediately would take the box and then kind of hand around the back of this Aslan woman's kind of elbow shoulder and usher her onto the ship. Oh,
She doesn't move onto the ship.
Not all would be trying to bring
Mm-hmm.
the Aslan woman onto the ship. Well, please come in. There is
a roll from you.
I would love to give a roll. What kind of roll would you like?
I need psionic strength
Okay.
and recon.
Psionic strength. Let me do
Yeah.
recon first, because that'll be easier.
So no, just roll 2d6, add whatever your psionic strength bonus is, and then
Okay.
add whatever your recon bonus is.
Okay, a 2d6 and add recon bonus and psionic strength bonus.
Yeah.
So here is this. Wow, that is ridiculously
6.
bad. Fabulous. And then that would also get a oh, my recon's good though.
Mhm.
And then my sonic strength. Oh,
Mhm.
so with all of that together, that would be an 18.
Impossible. Your psionic strength bonus.
Oh, the bonus. Then
Yes,
that
yes.
would be 10.
Nice.
I think.
As you
Yes,
put your as you put your hand on her to try to guide her in, and she does not move, there's a feeling that you get.
Yes.
Something about her is a little unreal.
Okay.
There's something about her that is not here. There is a physical body that you are touching, but the contours of the body that you're touching, the contours of the body that you're seeing are not the same.
That's what I would have expected.
And you remember that this was the same figure that left you the receipt at the bar that got you in contact with the librarian. That this particular figure who's there was the same one that dropped off the message for you with the psionic sort of ink to get you into contact with the librarian. But it's also the same figure in that training video, that training thing you did, Um, but also, in this moment, your hand feels a little weird. Like, just feels a little weird. Which hand? Hey, Val, which hand is it?
Right.
Right hand. Your right hand feels a little weird. A little stiff.
And then can I roll to I'm gonna roll to speak telepathically with this person.
Please do. If they're not telepathic, it will not. You'll have to do a different thing. But if they are telepathic, it will work.
Let's find out.
Mm-hmm.
That's a 10.
You would need a 4 if this person were a psionic. You reach out your mind. And what do you say?
Let's drop the pretenses. This is a familiar skin you're wearing, and I've seen you far too often in a station that's far too afraid of Aslan.
And you hear back. You see an Aslan. Interesting.
Dealer's choice?
What you see is not generated by me, but it keeps me incognito. What I see comes from your subconscious, I would assume, or someone around you, most likely yours.
Fair. Answer me this.
Hmm?
I won't ask you who you're working for, because I know you wouldn't tell me that, but these. What's the point of this? Holds up the confections.
It's what you had asked for, or what was promised you. The librarian said to return it.
Ah, yes, of course. Well, and we'll like kind of take it and tuck it away a little bit.
I'm so sorry, but do you? This is not just gestures to themselves. This is not an image that is yours.
Well, I have seen it before on occasion, but it's not one of my own creation.
That's not usual.
Yes.
This should
Yes.
normally be from your mind. This should be your subconscious, which makes it easier for the contact. You would know it as yours and less.
Well, indeed, that's why I didn't recognize your actual purpose and who you were working for.
Strange.
Elsewise, I wouldn't have mishandled you. I apologize.
No, it's all right. You should. That's strange. I should not appear as anything other than one of your own subconscious totems.
Indeed. Yes, I've certainly run into those of your job before. And mentally leans forward because it's all still happening telepathically.
Yes.
Keep a sharp eye out. Something strange is going on regarding psionics.
Hmm.
There's a lot dabbling in things they shouldn't be, with a lot higher power than they should have, anyone who's not one of us.
No, that is very strange. I would be careful if someone has perhaps injected a totem in your mind that you're unaware of.
Yes, there is definitely, and I to a degree where I don't think this person would know, but like kind of slightly shifting, like just make it look like stretching the fingers or whatever.
Yeah.
Yes, there's definitely something going on. Well, watch your back. This is probably not the end of this, and this may mean that you and the librarian could very well be in danger soon.
And this Aslan woman in this sort of latex 1950s cocktail dress waitress outfit sort of nods with a kind of like a sort of concerned look on their face, and they sort of, leaving the mints to you, go off and head in and sort of like dissipate into the crowd.
I think at that point, so I think the Harlock is gonna go back to her quarters and take the mints there. And I don't have any. I was gonna try and see if I could heal myself, but I don't have any way to do that. So I guess I will have to see the doctor at some point.
Can I get a piloting roll from Terica to take you off out of this place?
Absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Let me just scroll my little mouse all the way over here. There it is. I was like, where's pilot? This is ridiculous.
Spacecraft.
Yeah, I kept thinking it was higher up on my sheet. I feel like Terica's sheet should be like pilot and then everything else below it. And that's not how that sheet is set up.
Yep. You are able to sort of slide out of the high port easily as the Harlock is going to go and see the doctor because she's been stabbed a little bit, and maneuver outside. And of course, you get all of the, like, Theban high port, you're cleared to leave. There's a whole bunch of that sort of business, right? But you're able to sort of move out of the space lanes of the space fairly easily and sort of just move your way off to that asteroid where you have been, where a friend has been waiting. Can I get a small craft piloting roll from Quint?
You mean just like a regular piloting roll? Sure.
Small craft if you got it.
No. I just have piloting. Dex.
Just a
Dex
regular. Yes. Dex-based regular piloting.
Cool. Whoop. 8.
Ooh. Good enough.
What I needed, right?
Yay!
There we go. That's all I need.
You were able to sort of this sleek ship.
Imagine I was just like cranking it back up to go down to the planet. Like we're just going to need more oxygen. Oh, there they are. Okay.
And you're able to sort of click in this clamp right into the bottom of the gambler, sort of upside down, right? So you are just like a little like underneath this ship, like locked in.
Yep. Like a baby kangaroo.
Like a little baby kangaroo. And like a little hatch to hatch. You can make your way up with Atateas up into this ship. My friends, you hear Sue say, well, seems we have visitors. Sue says to Val as the Harlock walks in. And you can all kind of hear Sue just say, we have visitors. Like on the general comms.
Harlock would address Val. Who are we expecting?
No idea.
Of course.
Terica would hop on the intercom and say, Quint and Patateos have docked. The stealth ship is now hooked onto the bottom of the ship, and I'm headed over to the Aslan ship.
Terica, first. We have to go by that other shuttle.
Yes.
It'll be
Right.
It'll be a
Captain.
quick stop. Very quick.
Absolutely. So sorry, Captain. I will go there first. I'm so sorry. I
I know you're distracted by the ropes. And
that's
Harlock would get off the comms immediately. And then to Val, yes, it seems the circus has arrived. I've been stabbed.
Been stabbed?
And would kind of move her hand, and there is clearly a stab. She is bleeding. Not insignificantly.
Well, let's see what I can do with that.
Hopefully heal it and not stab me some more would be preferable.
Technically, it's been longer than a minute, so I can only do a medic roll on you. I cannot first aid.
It has been well over, probably way longer than it should have been.
You get a lot of bonuses, though.
But you also do not have a med bay.
Oh, I'm just going with my Sue stuff and the implant that
Yep.
The Harlock has.
Ow.
14.
This will help you when you do some natural healing. Unfortunately.
you know what? I've only myself to blame. You know, I know better than these things, but I was trying to do
I'm
something
so sorry. I am so sorry. I do need to ask. When you did the medicine on the
Latex
Harlock,
gloves.
I see. Go on. I just was asking. I was just asking. Go on.
Did,
Latex gloves. It's fine.
okay, so it's not still notice like Harlock wouldn't be like, oh, I see you have a green hand right now.
It flared up and then it sort of dissipated.
Mm.
He's got the jet black like what they call nitrile or whatever the gloves are.
Yep.
The tattoo gloves.
And you can hear the ship moving through space. Quint, where do you go?
You guys getting stuff in there. Just get out.
You're-
Get out. Like, whoosh. Just that doesn't take long.
So you're in the hold of this ship.
Yeah.
With a bunch of grebes.
Got like a backpack, a duffel bag. I'm like, grebes? That's
and a
okay.
Patateas.
I've never been aboard the Gambler before.
Nope.
So I have no idea where anything is. And no one's here.
Yep.
So I'm just gonna take a look around. You know? All right. Looks like we're in a cargo hold.
Where's our welcome kit?
I'm sure they're all just very busy, you know, getting ready to meet with your father. You know, getting the place presentable. I just look over at the grebes again. Okay. But then I look for like entrances, exits, doors, vents, you know.
There's an elevator that could take you up to like an upper floor, probably.
I'll just walk. You gotta fake it till you make it. I'll just walk with some fake confidence to the elevator. Again, I got my duffel, like a backpack. Like, well, that's the only way out. I'm gonna go take the elevator.
This way. You're going the wrong way, Quinn.
You hear probably over the comms?
No, I think I'm probably there meeting them.
You come down out of the elevator.
Come out of the elevator.
The other elevator.
The other elevator.
This one.
Oh, sorry. No one was here.
Sorry.
Baron.
Admiral.
Admiral. Right.
Vitateas, good to see you again.
Yes. We are going to see my father.
Correct. Make yourself comfortable.
Oh.
It shouldn't be too long.
And so you're gonna have to take them up because the main floor is just like cargo. It's just all cargo.
Bless you.
And engines. So imagine you're gonna go and take the elevator up to the top floor where there's like there's a seating area, so that's nice. And a lot of people. Like, Kareen is there in one of the gunner spots, just hanging out. Wesley's down on the bottom floor in the engine room, just in case something needs to happen. Evan is sitting out here, not in the room, because he wants to sit somewhere nice. He's sort of like making sure everything is okay. You have Marcella's in his room because you're moving, and when you're moving, guests should not be wandering about. So you've got like Terrica up there on the up there at the pilot station. There are a bunch of people about, although the Harlock and Val are not visible because they're in Val's room. So, Captain, I suppose I should sort of looks at Evan. Shall I sit here before we get to my father?
Anywhere you like.
Sort of sits.
Admiral, by the way.
Oh, Admiral. Where is the doctor?
They're probably working on something or helping someone, or do you need them?
I wanted to say, oh.
That he is?
Well, I can wait. Just. And Evan is like, yes, should I bring you a tea? Sort of goes off to where the auto chef is to go and bring tea to
You'd be
Quint.
great. There's
And
not a
also-
lot of that on the
Is there weird tension
smaller.
between Evan and Fatatias? I mean, it's Varger
They don't
and
really
Aslan.
know each other. They're like, what is that about, right? By the way,
I'm just looking around making note. There's like a gunner station. Is there a second gunner station?
Yes, there are 2
I'll
gunner
make
stations.
note of that in case there's trouble, because I know how to be a gunner. So
Yeah, there's like a big gunner station and a smaller gunner station.
Cool,
and also,
cool.
Well, that's good,
brought you
because I
to the
was
map.
just about to look at our crew manifest and where you'd fit. So that's good.
Yes.
Let me take a
Yeah.
look at where
like a
to
big
put you, and
Yes.
we'll think about
So-
pay another day.
At the moment, if you look at your ship's map, which is over there on the Roll20, back here in the back is where people can sit. Is where they're sitting.
I can't see
there are-
anything if I'm supposed to on the roll 20.
Really?
Yes, it's black
Really?
screen.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes. Yes.
Here you go.
I lie not to thee,
Off.
trooper.
There you go. Here.
Oh, now I can see. My God. Wow, look
There
at that
it
ship.
is.
Whoa.
There it is. So there are 8 rooms on this ship. Normally, a nice stateroom, you can have your own ship, especially if you're an officer. There are 8 rooms. Currently, we don't have... actually, it looks like there's one room that is just not... Because, so Tarika decided not to have a really nice big room. So the Harlock has one of the big rooms. Severance has one of the big rooms. Val has one of the big rooms that is like a makeshift medic's bay with Evan. There is one other big room that is empty. Tarika's got one of the smaller rooms. Kareen and Wesley are roommates in one of the smaller rooms. And you have, Jaeger has a room, although you have not taken Jaeger with you back onto the ship. Jaeger's in the hospital down on the surface.
He needed to recover. And he needed hospital intensive care for a while.
And,
Probably don't need that room.
Yeah, and you have one passenger, Marcel Rambeau, who's got a room. This is what your current room situation looks like.
Tarika wouldn't mind having a roomie.
I mean, Tarika full on offered up their room before.
It's true.
That is true.
You can have
I'll
my
just
room.
sleep
I'll
in the
sleep in the
captain's
other
chair.
bigger room. Ha
And Wesley like pipes up. Hey, it's Wesley. Welcome to the Gambler. I'm Wesley. You cannot see this person at all. You just hear.
Hello,
welcome.
Wesley.
What's going on with the rooms?
We're figuring that out.
It's all being figured out right now, Wesley. Thank you.
Am I going to get my own room?
No.
It's enough, Wesley.
Quinn can still have my room. I don't have.
Sleep.
I don't.
Okay. You want? Where would?
And where are you going to sleep?
Well, I hadn't quite gotten that far. Well, we could. I mean, well, there are.
Quint knows nothing about the layout of the ship, so it's just like rooms. We're talking about rooms. That's probably a good idea. Sure, rooms. Where am I going to sleep?
Right. Well, this one's empty, and I'm just gonna start to bring them over toward the one where Jaeger used to be. Slightly used, but
I would have been surprised if it was unused. Perhaps a little leery.
sure. That's fair. I walked into that one. And also there is we have another one across the hall from Harlock as well. It's a slightly bigger.
Harlock?
The Harlock, the captain.
Oh, is that like a title?
We
Like
think.
you were the
We
Baron?
think so. We're not. entirely
Okay.
sure.
All right.
Civilian.
Ah, interesting.
So yeah, they're the captain of this ship, which we used to be co-captains of, but now I'm the admiral, so I can be the captain
Admiral.
of this ship and the other one.
And the other, I see.
That's right.
At least that makes sense.
But yes, so if you'd like, we could have you really in any one of those two, unless you want to pull a Wesley and stay in the vent.
I can fit into a lot of small places, but I would rather not live in a vent.
Right. Yeah. Wesley's weird, but it's up to you. I mean,
do you have a? This is a weird question. Do you have a gym on board the ship, like a place to work out space?
no.
No. Okay.
We have artificial gravity, if that's what.
Oh, I noticed.
So.
Question, Trooper. The
Yeah.
cargo area. How tall was that? How tall of an area is that?
Very tall. Very tall.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
How much like floor
It's huge.
space is there?
I mean, right now it's all full of a bunch of cargo. So
Okay.
there's not a lot of space.
Okay. I'm just curious, because if one has to maintain their circus figure, I was wondering where one would go to do that. If one could do that in a small room, or if one would need a bigger room per se.
We're fresh out of tiny unicycles, and I don't know how many large balls we
Unicycle
have
is
for
not
you
my.
to walk around on, but I'm sure we could figure something out.
I'll work something out. I've got. I'll pick up some stuff at the next port. Like, how big are these smaller rooms? Just out of curiosity.
Like, I'd say,
Are these 5-foot squares?
yeah, 1.5 meters. So yeah.
Like 10 by 15.
Yeah.
Okay.
10 by 20.
Thinking about dimensions, that's about the size of my office.
Yeah, it's like 10 by 15.
Not even 15. It's like mine's like a 10 by
10 by
12.
15, yeah. Or we can get you one with a slightly larger wing, which is over by the Harlock, which is also right by the wing. So
by the way, Terica, you hear this whole conversation as they're trying to figure out where to go and place Quint. As you're
It's like, I don't want to be picky, but I do need to work out, bruh. That's basically the gist of the conversation.
Yeah.
That should be enough space. Either room, whichever you wish to stick me in, it's fine.
It's your choice. 5.
All right. I'll go for the bigger room. If it's my choice, I'll just take the bigger room.
All right, great. Bigger room. All right, wonderful.
There we go.
I'm just going to put you here on this.
Like, if I get to choose. Also, bigger room means more room for company, in case something.
In case. Sure.
In case.
Oh. Wait, does Quint say that out loud? Because if they do, then I think that, okay, never mind.
Quint has noticed how shy someone might be with things, and is just not going to say it.
I'll go ahead and nudge you here.
All right. Thank you. I'll put my duffel in there.
Right, yeah, do whatever.
Sure.
Sue's like...
Quick goes in, puts duffel in, backpack, quick change, and then goes back out.
I'm going to let Fatatius know Fatatius could stay in Jaeger's room, which is probably very insensitive. But I think that's good.
Just don't tell them.
It's only going to take you like an hour to get out to where...
Just right.
Yeah.
They are. It's like an hour flight to get out to where...
I've smelled this human before.
Just keep him in the waiting room. It's about half an hour.
Exactly.
When you make it over there to the ship, the grand sort of Patat Cayu's grand ship, it will take you about an hour.
First, though, Trooper, just so you know.
Say again?
We grabbed the dead body first.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Grabbed it, flush froze it, moved on.
Yes.
I'm assuming it went without incident.
Yes. You have people who are good at that.
And we have a low berth we can hide them in.
You do.
I also have no idea what this body is.
It's an Aslan body that was killed down. You know when you abandon the people down there?
Okay, when you say it like that.
Yeah.
The body was left down.
I didn't abandon them, so I
collected it and brought it back.
The first abandonment, to be clear, this was the first time we abandoned people
several.
on that planet.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah,
Thank
just
you.
add a lot of caveats to that.
Okay, so one of the abandoned, and I'm just trying to think, like, we're making a pit stop to go get that body.
Already done. You got the
Already
bodies
done.
on the. All you got to do is go and check in with Fatakayo and get paid.
Right. I'm still
Then you
very
can leave.
confused, out of character, who
Oh,
and what this body is, and that's fine.
Remember when you were down on the planet and you
Yes.
left Fatatias to die?
Yes.
Right?
Right.
So then you left him to die.
And now he's
Quint
back.
picked up Fatatias and
then
all
some
of the
friends.
His living people.
his living folks, and left the other bodies there.
Right.
And the Harlock went to try to find you all, found only the carnage that you have left behind, and picked up the
And a body.
Aslan body, and took the Aslan body back up onto the high port station.
And then now
Has put
On
it
our
onto
ship.
our ship.
Yeah,
so that
we're
you can give it to the Aslan.
back to the main Aslan ship.
Oh, I see. We're bringing it back like, hey, you're dead. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I don't know what this
Got
body's
left
doing.
behind, thought you might want it.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. All right. I'm just trying to be like, how would Baron feel about this? But yeah, sure, it all makes sense. Okay.
To try to be nice with their
Of course.
dead.
Yeah.
Unless there's something you all need to do before you get to the Aslan ship.
Not me.
Just change, because I've been on that scout ship for like 2 days. Just freshen up real quick.
They stink.
Yeah.
You just cycle the air in here, Taraka.
Oh, sorry. Say that again.
You cycle the air in Quint's new room. It's and just keep it on for a bit. They stink.
What?
It just reeks in there right now. It's like, right.
Hell ship for 2 days.
You're one to talk. Terica will shut off the comms.
I need another piloting roll from Terica to dock with the
I'll
yacht.
just hang out with Patatias after I get changed
Yes.
and like chill, freshen up a bit.
I think every so often Terica just looks over their shoulder to see like if anyone new has come onto the bridge, and then they just look
Nope.
back at the piloting.
Don't want to disturb, it's my
Somebody
first
new comes onto the
day.
bridge.
Ah! Oh,
It's
hi,
Wesley.
Nice.
Wesley's like, you're docking onto the ship, so you might want. I normally get to be the pilot when you're not here.
Yeah, no, please. No, sit down. Sorry. It's been there's a lot happening today. Wesley, please sit down. So this is how we're going to see how we just have to tuck under the wing there. That's our best bet to be able to get in. So I'm just going to slip the rudder this way and.
Okay. So, but what if and you're like,
Oh, no. We don't touch the flaps right now.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna roll for Wesley. That would be like a -3 there because he does not have that skill. But
Has he been learning it? Terica's been trying to teach him.
He has been learning, right? He's studying. He is studying on it. It just take a while to learn those skills, right? He would have done terribly were he in charge of this. Like if he were piloting, it would have been real bad. But he's not actually piloting. He's like trying to figure out what he'd do, right? And you're like,
Nope. Other button. Yes, that one. Okay, and then no.
All right.
Here,
Just
I'll just. No.
Okay.
Below. There. That's the one. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. And like you being on the controls, are like, yeah, that would have been real bad. It's like, okay, I think you do it like that. It would have been real bad, but luckily he's not actually piloting. But you could tell he's not there yet. He's working on it, but he's not there yet.
He got 3 out of the 9 questions right, and that's great. But also that will kill us. So
yeah. Who's going to go and see Fatatias' dad? Yep.
I have a message for his mom.
Yep.
She hired me.
Not to volunteer him, but I feel like Val would go, and I know that
I
he
feel
had
like he
to
would too.
step out
That's
for a
true.
second.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. I think he
He
would
also
too.
he has Aslan, BG.
Yes. Yes, I agree.
Harlock would offer to join if we're not all going.
And I think he would go with, and Kareen would stay on because she's security. Evan does not go on away missions. Wesley is in charge. Oh, he's the pilot. As the ship is docked, not going anywhere. It's kind of
Only while the ship is docked and not going anywhere.
yeah. Just so you know, I'm not saying it in character, but you know, Tarika, Quint's clearly a better pilot than Wesley. Just if you were gonna have like a co-pilot or pilot pal, you know.
I mean, these are decisions that need to be made. So, Quint, you want a co-pilot?
So,
I mean,
Tarek needs a shirt that says, "Quinn is my co-pilot."
so you like want a co-pilot?
Like, hey,
I should leave the
what do
cockpit.
you wanna?
So you all are going to be taken onto this ship. It's the whole, like, there's like the airlock, you're docked, moving through, and when you get into this other ship, this Aslan ship, when the airlock door into theirs opens, it is all like highly polished, marbled. There is a butler type person, Aslan, sort of a butler type Aslan person who's there waiting for you all, going, you have returned. Please follow me. And we'll move you through to where this waiting room is. And in the waiting room, you can see a couple of people just waiting. Nobody particularly fancy, but a couple of people waiting. And they all look excited because they're going to be able to go in now, but they are not going to be able to go in now. You are going to be able to go in now.
Because we're here now.
is how that is. And when they see Fatateas, this butler sort of bows, and there's like a sense of excitement and urgency as you are very quickly moved through a number of doors into this like large grand hall that has got sort of like a little mini throne on it, which is like this sort of great room with this huge picture window out into space, and pillows everywhere, incense. It's like this very sort of rich sort of space, but also rich, but also it's like a weird mix of like martial. It's not like rich in a indulgent way, but rich in a I am a warrior who has stuff kind of way, if that makes any sense, right? It's not like I like to sit around and sit all day, right? But like
Trophies.
there's like a kind of a, it's like, you know, you can imagine like Alexander the Great probably has a bunch of like, you know, those breastplates that you'd have on like Roman statues that look like chests.
The ones with nipples.
Right?
Yeah.
The ones with nipples. Yes. It's like that, right? So it's like fancy, but it's still got a kind of a hardness to it.
You had me at nipples.
Is it like the Iron Throne?
Yes.
Would theirs have like 6 nipples though?
Right?
Yes. Yes.
Of course.
Absolutely.
I
Perfect.
am here for all of those.
Perfect.
When you walk in, and there are guards with weapons, right? When you walk in, Batat Caillou just stands up immediately. And like there's like this
I've probably seen him before.
You have, but not
Not without his wife.
also his wife. How do I put this? So they're a very gendered society, and men aren't good at a number of things, is kind of how
This is
that works.
correct. I've
They're
heard
not
about this.
trained.
Yep.
They're not trained in a number of things, and they're not good at a number of things. Diplomacy is not one of those things that they're really
like real
trained
life.
in, or being in charge of, like, the heads of all of their corporations are women.
Yeah.
A
Because
number of things.
I've known his wife for like 10 years now. So.
Yeah. And a number of things are done by women, so I don't think he would have been doing a lot of the interfacing. He probably would have been like the pretty arm candy. right? While
Exactly. Yeah.
he would have been the pretty arm candy. Who's like, I will stab things. And you're like, that's nice, dear, right? Like he's the kind of like pool boy fighter dude, right? And
Yeah. No. Yeah.
that's what he does.
Yeah, I love
Yep.
that.
Right.
So that means also he probably recognized me.
Yes. But he's paying attention to
To his son.
Patatias.
Yeah, I'm just wanted to make sure I'm like the level of familiarity with the guy, you know.
Yeah. And he does this start as if he's going to like come forward to see his son, but of course he stops himself because that's not appropriate. You know, because Patatias is the second son, not the first. So therefore, trash and worth nothing. And so having any kind of really big sort of feeling towards a second or third or fourth son is not really done. He goes, well, I'm glad to see that you all have been successful, but you have not returned the ship.
Your
Apologies.
son.
Please. You do.
Report?
Your son worked a great miracle, seeing as his ship was entirely destroyed, and yet he now rules the planet.
And Fatakayu looks skeptical that his son has done anything of value or worth at this
I
point.
feel like this is a great time to produce my video forward to help corroborate, because I don't think he knows about what happened on the planet at all.
No,
I
he
don't
has
think he
no
does
idea
either.
what happened. All he knows is that his son went off and just has never come back.
Super cut. Also, I have a full report for his wife, along with the video as well and stuff, because she'll want to know, because she hired me directly. But anyways, I'll play like the main propaganda video.
One moment first.
Yes.
What is your name to them?
Ooh, to them it would be
Yes.
I don't think they would know the
or
real
is it
name.
only just your title? Is it just your title?
It would be my title, the quintessential
Right.
Viridian.
Well, the quintessential Viridian. I'm surprised to see you here.
What? What is this?
It has been some time. Yes, was in the neighborhood. I've been retired from the surf for some time.
But you are, as an artist, you are. My wife knows all of those things. You are quite impressive.
Thank
Quintessential Viridian. What does you here? I'm not used to seeing you without your mask.
This is true. Your wife actually sent me here to also look for Patatias.
My wife sent.
Your wife.
My wife sent you to look for Fatatias. My
Yes.
wife sent you.
Yes.
I see.
Oh no. Masculinity.
Well.
He's
Please,
accomplished
please.
great things.
And Fatatias is saying nothing. He's looking a little sheepish. Well,
I have not yet made my report to her, of course, since you were much closer.
So, please, tell me, what is this report? And Fatatias is like, well, father, no. Please.
It might be better to show you, and I'll hold up like a little data thing, like a whatever
The
media we used. Yeah.
The Imperials attempted to besmirch your name. This shows it all.
Yeah, and when it gets put into whatever display thing that they have, I'm sure there's one in the meeting room, and it pops in
An overhead
news
projector.
reports from when we were parked at the port for a couple hours and they made us wait. News reports of the Theban massacre. Terrible footage. Oh, it's so horrific. Oh, it's so
What is
terrible.
this?
Oh.
What is this?
And then the voiceover is, This is a lie created by the Empire. And there's like aerial shots of the damage to the city. Nothing more than a cruel ploy for power, an attempt to start a war. It is true that there was a massacre. Not even children were spared. In fact, it was an attempted genocide of an entire planet. But not by the Aslan, because like the news story showed all they got like blaming the Aslan and stuff, and then it shows footage of like the soldiers dressed up as Aslan with like shooting their guns, like going through and obviously talking with like the thing going on. In a pathetic attempt to lay blame upon the Aslan special forces, special forces soldiers laid waste to the city and attempted to assassinate the president. But in their arrogance, they underestimated the strength of the people of Thebus. And then there's the president's speech with like Fatateas in the background.
Yeah. The
And then
president
whatever the president says. Yeah.
The president's like, we Thebans shall work together, and we shall not be defeated. Somebody's like, remember Ron! Oh, and there's clearly a lot of like very high attentions. We may be small, but we are of the reaches. We are independent, and we shall not be vanquished. There has been a lie. We have been aided by allies, unexpected allies.
Thank goodness for our allies.
This is Fatateas, Clan Fatah, and Aslan, who has come to our aid, along with forces from a planet we cannot yet name, but we shall not forget. This is an assault on the freedom of those in the reaches by the Imperium. We shall not stand it.
We won't stand for it. We hate them.
We have built an alliance with the Aslan.
Yeah.
They shall take some of the land we have not used and build a community, and together we shall help them build their homes, and they shall help us build spacecraft. Thebus.
Holy shit, we're gonna go to space.
Thebus will no longer be at the mercy of the Theban Highport Corporation.
No longer at their mercy. That's right.
Our other allies shall be named when it is time. But for now,
When the time is right. No.
please welcome General Fatateas. And Fatateas is like awkward in the video.
Like I cut it before it gets too awkward, just like when he like starts to like
cut through the awkward stuff.
he holds his hand up like to ward it off, but I cut it so it just looks like he's like yes.
Slow it down.
And then it goes back to the voiceover of a group of Aslan that were also attacked have come to the aid of the people of Thebus and have formed an alliance to stand strong and defend Thebus from the hostility of the Empire. Communications may have been severed to prevent the innocent people of Thebus from calling to help. But the truth always finds a way. Don't believe their lies. And then it just kind of like epic music, you know. Yeah.
It's like the epic music is
And
playing.
Quincy,
Terrica
and they're like,
yeah, Terrica's like, that was good.
thanks, I like.
Also,
There's
Harlock
more
would-
from it.
Severance would be like, what did I miss?
A lot of stuff.
Fatakaya goes, this is unacceptable! To have our name besmirched, the Aslan would never slaughter unarmed and weak people.
We
Take
know
land,
this.
we do not slaughter.
Their propaganda has spread far, though.
Mm.
The Imperium seeks not only to take your territory, but also to prove to the world that you cannot own it in the first place.
We are hoping
with
this
covert acts.
truth footage would help you defend your good honor and name.
I'm gonna need a diplomacy roll.
Good luck, Terica.
Oh
We
boy.
have-
Oh boy.
Does Terica get like a boon for my awesome footage, for my awesome clip
Ooh,
from being
yeah.
epic?
Yes,
Does it
you get a
count?
boon. Does anybody want to help?
My boon is help enough. I don't want to roll.
Potentially. Do we have
It's
one
not been my night for rolling.
of our checkboxes on our quests, on our quest log
Yes.
here, is
Mhm.
we get 500k for a broadcast to dampen the safaris.
I feel like this might
This
help
is-
dampen the safaris.
These are not separate, which means because you did not get the ship back, you're probably down to 200k total.
Oh
So there's
no.
50 if you got Fatatias, 100 if you got him alive, 200 if you got the ship, 500 if also for the broadcast, which is going to like
Oh,
basically.
I thought they were all.
not
Oh
separate.
darn! I thought they were all separate.
Mm.
Okay, that's fine. Still 200k. Still 200k.
Still,
But also
But-
100k trade credit. No, that's if we had it all.
That's no. You're going to get trade credit.
Okay.
It's a basically it's
And
a
the
10%
influence.
discount. It's a 10% discount on all goods dealing when you're trading with Aslan up to 100k.
that's pretty
Cool.
great.
Yep. All right. Okay.
Okay.
I need
Does
a
anyone want to help?
diplomacy
Is it
roll.
me? Okay.
Remember the
Here we go.
diplomacies?
Remember to roll with a boon.
Boon.
I think I did.
Yeah.
Woo! Yeah. That boon helped me
We get 10. Look.
avoid a 1.
Yeah.
But Tateos, you failed your incompetence in your mission, crash landing on this ship. Is this so? Father, I was shot down. It's a battle. It's combat.
But father.
It's a war. And I brought my crew with me to help these humans stop the smirching of our name, and I and he looks to Terica.
I can attest to what he is saying. His ship was destroyed and not by a result of crashing. It was shot out of the sky. This was all part of a violent act. An act against you and against everything you have built.
And so my second son controls the entire planet, is this so?
Yes. And he
Is-
stood honorably in the face of each fight.
Speak. Father, I am having I'm establishing a kingdom on this planet. We are in an alliance with the Theban peace chieftain, president. Two kingdoms here on the planet, and I am the king of one of them. I have conquered land. I should be. My name should be written in the clan book. It's now belonging in the clan book.
Not just like nonchalantly like flip back to the picture like where like you see because picked them up. I have pictures of them with a bunch of the dead soldiers. Just like casually flip back to be like, yeah, look,
Survey
he's
ship.
killing
Yeah,
that
keep
guy,
got
yeah.
all this footage.
What are all
Bunch of
these?
footage.
Yeah.
What is all of this?
Oh, the dead soldiers that shot him out of the air. Every last one of them dead.
I suspect there is a hook that has not been clipped. What is the hook?
I'll look around.
Father, I need more people. Since my ship was shot down, I need more people and funds to build the kingdom. I've claimed the land. I just need a bit more support because
I think Harlock also, son, if I may, would kind of gesture toward. I'm assuming they brought the dead Aslan with them, and it is
Yes.
he is somewhere nearby. So
Covered.
right, would gesture to the body. And so, if I may, clearly, as you can see, your son did suffer some losses, as well as your people in this unspeakable tragedy and traitorous effort.
Quintessential Viridian.
Yes.
What did my wife say?
I will tell him. I don't remember the exact order. I just remember you told me I had orders to pick him up.
She was like, find my son, but don't let anybody know that you're going to help. Because basically it would lose face if any Aslan found out that y'all had, that he needed rescuing, and that then you went and did it. That would be real bad.
But his dad already knew. So, like, I don't feel bad about, I'll relay that over then. I'll relay what his wife told me. You know?
You can't be on Quint's lap. That's unacceptable. Sir, please.
Yeah, I'll relay the order. Yeah.
What did she say about funding?
She didn't say anything about funding, did she? No. It was not mentioned.
Perhaps because she knew you would do the honorable thing.
Val would know.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Quint would know. Aslan men do not deal with money. That is not a skill set that they learn. When it comes to when it comes to trade vision, that is not their job. They are not given that skill set. That's not what they do. So there are some questions about funding that's happening, but not necessarily for you all to get your all paid, but sending money to help Patatias build things here. And that seems a little bit about it.
Yeah, since I know his wife a little bit, actually like a decade's worth of messages and correspondence, and probably has a line to my personal bank account, not my SoulSec bank account. Would I get the feeling from her message that she was more concerned about the safety of her son, and would be willing to support this if she found out it'd be if this seemed like a good deal, or she more just like make sure he's not dead.
Also,
I'm gonna need a broker roll.
I don't have broker, I don't think, but I have jack of all trades, so I'll roll that. Intelligence, social.
Wait. Yes, the Rocket.
Yeah, wouldn't Fatadius know that his father is not one who deals in funding and money, though?
But he's also not good at these things, right? So, like, you get these... I mean, this is one of the sort of issues when you get them together, then they're like, oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah, money, sure.
Money, and then they all start.
You should just talk about sports. No.
Sport. It's a bit of a... and also, they don't train people... Training actually also happens in gendered lines, and so it's also very difficult for them to get those... some of those skills. So... but also there is a little bit of a regularity going on anyway. And one of those things is Patatius got a whole bunch of support that he should never have gotten in the first place. By tradition, he never should have been given any of this stuff because they have to do it all on your own. But he was given a ship and money to pay for a bunch of people that should not have been given to him by tradition, because if you're not the first son, who cares about you? But he was given a ship, and he was outfitted, and he was given money for people.
That's not in the video message, though. The trick was to not let people know. So all that people are going to know is that he's like a hero of this planet. Stopped the Aslan from looking bad. But, yeah.
Give me education broker Severance.
Oh, all right.
Because you were here for all of that situation.
I don't see Severance under the skill set here.
Yeah, there is that. I see axe. Is that Severance? Like
so, Severance, this is not proper, which means they like their second son. Right? They care about him and they like him. They also would not even have been here in the first place. There is a way to understand this as they're just trying to save face, because if it got out that he was so incompetent, then it would ruin their reputation and they would be destroyed.
Right.
But he's actually in the system, and there's a lot of money being offered to get him back, which is probably not just because they don't want to be embarrassed. Which means that while it is unlikely that in normal circumstances they would actually give more money to Fatatias because second son screw him, there is probably a way to get them to agree to do it because they probably want to. Right?
Yeah, and also they took a whole possible scandal and turned it into really good PR. So there's bonus points for him.
Yeah, but that's paying you all. But if you want them to agree to give Fatatias more money so we can actually maybe do this thing on the planet, you're going to need to convince them to do this in a way that it's not going to make them look bad. That is your conundrum.
I have another conundrum, which may help this conundrum. The future of Fatatias affects the gambler and Drinax how?
Well,
because he's invested in the people of Thebus who have agreed to join your city, but they're the helpful defense against the Empire, so they don't get wiped out the rest of the way.
Okay, so he's an asset for Thebus.
Yes, he's an asset for Thebus, which is an asset for us.
Yep. Okay, cool. Thank you.
Because the Thebans don't have modern technology, right?
Yeah.
And
but Aslan,
the Thebus Highport Corporation has all of it, and the Thebans don't. Because the Thebus Highport Corporation
help Aslan build buildings and cities, and Aslan can help them with technology and spaceships, and it's a mutual and defending them and stuff. And
I worry because if we start getting into Aslan sort of bypassing the Thebus spaceport, do their own thing, then we are going to once again not once again, but there is also on the horizon the teetering of a potential civil war.
Oh, that's going to happen at some point anyway.
So right now the promise has been, hey, Aslan, come down, form a kingdom on this planet, bypassing the Theban Highport Corporation to help protect the Thebans if the Imperial decides to invade.
They have.
But but you have convinced them that they have to let go that plot right now.
Yeah, but for how long have you convinced them? That's the question. Like all of this buys time before that conflict happens again.
Right, but I'm just thinking there may be something I'm missing. I'm just trying to catch up now with plots and politics.
So the trickiness is that the Countess, and these are the things you should think about. The Countess Grey, as far as you know, was part of a plot to shoot and assassinate a fellow, the brigadier, right? A fellow Imperial naval officer,
right.
Jaeger Ayers. Blame, and then also massacre a bunch of Thebans, including very specifically killing the president. Which would have then said, oh no, the head of the Theban Highport Corporation is just going to have to take over and become the president of the planet.
No.
And then
because the
proclaim
president's dead.
the planet for the Empire. Yeah.
And
While
then say,
also blaming the Aslan.
Mm-hmm.
yes, saying, oh no, there's such a big Aslan threat, we're going to just have to join the Empire. And nobody said it, but you're going to bet that means that Director Lem would become Duke Lem. Almost certainly. That he would become... Oh, okay. Yes. Because in the Empire, planets are run by dukes.
Yeah.
And if they join the Empire, that democracy thing is gone, and now we have a duke. Director Lamb is going to be promoted to dukedom, right? Real quick, is what...
And something we've played a couple cards toward is getting the Empire and the Aslans fighting against each other directly and aggressively. Right. Because the more they fight, the weaker they make themselves, and the more Drinax can survive once we come out.
Right.
We don't want them to fight right away, so
I see.
Building a settlement on the city would probably, it takes time, and it would help protect our allies a little bit. Yeah.
So we don't want a civil war between, or we do, with Thebus and the Theban High Port. We would want one with the Aslan mixed in and the High Port, which means Thebus and Thebus City going at it is bad, but Thebus with Thebus High Port with the backing of the Imperium, and then Thebus City with the backing of the Aslan going at it is better.
Not as bad. Yeah.
Right, because then that still wants assets being used and spent here, where Drinax could just do our thing without...
It's not our assets, it's Aslan assets.
Yeah,
it's free assets.
Yeah, okay, cool.
I will note, however, a couple of things. One, you, Severance, have told the director that this coup plot was not authorized by the Emperor.
Correct.
And that now that it has come out, you can't do it because it will look real bad, right? So Director Lamb is clearly not going to try to do this again. He's not going to declare himself president and then declare the planet for the Empire. He's not going to declare himself, then become Duke, because you have just said that you're from the Emperor and this was not an authorized operation.
Cool.
So he's not going to go do that because he does not want to get in trouble. Right? There is the Countess Grey and her naval assets out there still to sort of, you don't know what's going on with them, but they were doing something. Now, if you can get a war...
personal, whatever Countess Grey's doing.
It might have been a little, right?
Yeah.
He believed you when you said that you were from the Emperor and this was not authorized, which means what he got from them was probably not... There's some questions, right, about how legit all that might have been. Again, the Emperor is a year or so away, so there's questions about how fast communication is. I will note, if there is a war, and just to remind you all, because I do have that map. I do have that space map. To remind you. Yeah, I'm gonna just show that space map, and for you all players, I'll put you in this subsector map so you can see it there. Either way, it's all fine and dandy. If there is a war between the Empire and the Aslan, it is going to take place in your home. Because the space to get to each other, they have to go through the reaches. Right? That is there is a Imperial naval base up in all around this whole area in Tobia, right? So Raelgar, Necrino, Tobia. These are all Hex. These are all Imperial naval bases right there on the border. And the Aslan hanging out over there with Akloika, Kamaran, Kusai. They've got a naval base over there in Katerioa. So if there's going to be a war, they're going to go right through all of your homes. And that's where that fight's going to be. They're going to just move through you all. to fight each other.
Yeah.
It's like if Spain and Germany decided to go to war, it would suck for
Big
France.
bad for France. Yeah.
Just you know, so you know it. Yeah.
So it seems unlikely
but we'd
that
also
the
have the
Empire
backing.
would attack Thebus again, but we do need to help the Theban allies, and our plan to do that was to get the Aslan to use their money and resources to help them.
Yeah.
So it doesn't seem like there'll be a war as much as we need to get them a little something, something, so they're of use to us, and not just like, we support your name, but we can't go to space.
Because we don't have the sticks yet. We need more sticks.
Just
Yep.
in time, Greg. Let me
Yep.
re-explain everything we were talking about.
So right now,
There was an
You are
epic
in the throne
propaganda
room.
video. Looked
epic
real
propaganda
good.
video.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're
So
at the
good.
moment where Batatias is like, I need money, Dad, to help build up this place down here on the planet. And
Build up his own
There
little
is some
cat kingdom.
yeah, and there's some hesitancy on that because they shouldn't be giving him anything. They've already given him stuff. They shouldn't give him more. They shouldn't be giving him stuff in the first place. And there's some question about whether or not it is worth it. This has not been convinced yet. That
I have made
They
a
should be giving
pretty
their
cool
son
broker
extra
role, which is
Yes.
cool for good information about the lore of what I'm like an insight here. And it seems like
Yep.
that they did sponsor Second Son because they like Second Son instead of the first, but also Daddy Cat seems to be pretty hesitant. And me, I was just asking questions about
like,
what do
should
we
we do
want to
this?
do? Yeah. And what I got out of it was I did stall any further attacks from the Empire to Thebus, which buys us time to plant an Aslan base or whatever, as an Aslan asset onto Thebus, which then, if there is a conflict between Thebus Highport and Thebus City, they both have the backing of each other faction, right? Which could be good for us because then Drinax can operate in secret, but also Trooper just brought up the point that if there was a war that started because of maybe that conflict, then they're just gonna, both empires are just gonna sort of play and fight in our front yard in Drinax. So
It does seem less likely that a conflict will begin now because they fucked it up so bad the first time around.
I think so too. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
It's more like
the
they would help
Imperium
them
are gonna
Thebus be
probably
useful to us.
yeah, or Lamb is going to be hesitant with any other political plans that not the Emperor shows up to tell them, which is good because that means we can really. Now that I'm talking about this out loud, it seems like we should help plant Petatius on in his irradiated castle that he wanted.
But you actually have negotiated that the Thebans will help him. So his kingdom that he's going to build will actually have buildings.
Right.
Yes. The Thebans will help him, and he'll help the Thebans with protection and technology.
Yeah. Okay.
Technology being the big one that we want them to have.
That is
right now.
That's,
Yep.
I was going to say very, very interesting. Did we get paid?
Not yet.
Yeah,
Not yet. We're in the middle of that conversation,
we're
trying
about
to
be paid.
root for our boy Fatatias with his dad.
It does not seem as if it'll be a problem for you to get paid. There's some question about numbers. But
Mhm.
the big question is whether or not Fatatias's
To be sponsored.
whether or not they'll be sponsored. Whether or not, because right now he's been kind of screwed. So he needs some support, especially if they want to build up what's going on in Thebus.
Yeah.
And Dad needs to be convinced that it's okay and that they should give him more money.
And it's
After he broke,
usually Mommy who deals with money.
And it's Mommy who deals with money, not Dad.
So he's sort of
And
like
it's- and it's
stunned
Mama
in
who sent me.
this confusion.
Okay, so make sure that I have this real quick. Mama Fatatias, she's the one that's
Yes.
giving out the money, and
Mom Tatia.
right. Okay, so
Yeah.
okay, and we're in the presence as the
She's-
conversations ongoing.
It's in the
with
throne
the
room.
dad.
the game is on
He's not
pause,
there.
and they're like right in the middle of the cinematic. He's about to say something. We all have something we could say here, and then we pause the games to chat about it. So
She's
we're in the throne
basically the
room,
CEO of their company, right?
and
Like
he's
the women are the
confused, yeah.
CEOs of the companies. And Dad is out there being like, I'm gonna do my thing.
Yeah.
And
But he doesn't
you're
really have
negotiating-
charge of the money.
To be here.
Yeah.
Oh, he can do it. It's just not what he's supposed to do, and it's not what he's trained to do. And so he's
Financial
hesitant.
decisions sort of stop him in his tracks. And that seems
Yes. And so he's a little bit hesitant to say yes
Yeah.
without some kind of
We
face
did make
saving.
him look real good though with the face saving. Like he's not.
Yeah.
Fatatias is not a failure. We've made him look like
Yeah.
a success, but he just needs a little bit more to
Sure.
make that like a real solid success. And we're trying to convince him of that.
Basically.
Okay,
You're
let
the
me ask.
Aslan guy.
I was gonna say, let me ask a question, Trooper. With Val's knowledge of the Aslan, he would know that again, this is what Greg knows, not what should Val know. This is what I'm asking. He would know that whenever it comes down to elements of logistics, whether it would be like conquest or supply lines or things of that nature, like reinforcement of an invasion force or something, that lies into the males kind of arena, but the actual funding and diplomacy and the finance is running everything, and then kind of like, I don't want to call it getting the glory, is more of the guy stuff, but that's like being, kind of feeding the they don't spend the money, but whatever the money bought, they kind of rush in and be like, here,
Yeah.
Okay.
Although the logistics officer is probably going to be a woman, to be honest, right? Like the logistics
to keep
officer
things
is
orderly,
probably
right?
a woman. Yeah.
Okay. Well, with my okay, here's my line of thought. And Val would say that getting the money is the problem for this guy because he doesn't want to ask for it. So what the suggestion would be have him
and also
provide some.
There is a face problem, right? In that if you subsidize Fatatias too much, it doesn't look like Fatatias did it on his own. So the question is,
absolutely,
how can you
he has
do
the
this
support
thing?
of the people of Thebus. They're going to be building the buildings. We should probably shield that aspect. Like we can make it look like the people of Thebus supplied them with the money.
Right, but they're also not human. Humans, that culture make us go, yeah, cool. But I think Aslan.
This is all the Aslan.
Yeah.
This is all the Aslan. So what you got to do here is you have to make sure that there's the honorific is still in play there. So Val would simply say, do not give him money. You don't. And Fatatias is present, correct?
Yeah.
Val would simply say Fatatias does not need money. Kingdoms are not built with money. They are built with stone. They are built with weapons, metals. That is what Fatatias needs. Fatatias needs to be able to provide for his kingdom. He needs to be able to strengthen the Thebans. He needs to be able to not only show his strength, but display it to a galaxy that doesn't think that he bought it. And so with that in mind, and with the support already, the popular support of the hearts and minds of the Thebans, send him back there with things that cannot be traced to your pocket. Send him down there with stone, electronics, the might of the Aslan technology machine, as opposed to its coffers. No one can trace it to you. No one can think that he did anything more than with the sweat of his brow. And at the same time, a kingdom is built, one that has never been built inside the Reach before. That's worth a little stone and a little rock.
I'm so happy you came back.
I'm going to want a roll from each one of you.
Oh, no.
This will be a chain.
Mm-hmm.
A chain.
A chain.
Cool.
Each one of you gets to pitch in on this, but one person is the final roll. Your Severance, your broker is the first of the chain to figure out what are to gather intel, right, on this sort of situation. +2 to whoever makes the final roll.
I'm already out.
Your roll on that Quint on the video, that is worth, I think you rolled just on, right?
Yeah, I rolled it on. Yeah. Because I got
That's
an
a plus
11 and I
one.
needed a 10. Yeah.
That's a +2. So that's
Okay.
a +4. We have 3 more people here, 2 of which can add to the chain, 1 of which will make the final roll. That's the Harlock. That is Terika. And that is Val.
I feel like, based on the conversation that just happened, stop me if anyone disagrees. I feel like Val should make the final roll.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
You. But whatever you think, Harlock can roll based on the look at this dead Aslan.
Hey, look at this dead ass
we
land.
had.
Look at this data.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Can I make it? Okay,
I have
Harlock,
suggestions.
is there any way
What?
with your psionics that you could, I'm not saying to manipulate or anything like that, but
No, go ahead,
support
say it.
her, yeah, support Val maybe psionically, which means like lower the temperature of the room. You know what I mean? Like, do we have some clairvoyance? Don't we have that? Where we're it's,
Clairvoyance.
Yes.
Clairvoyance, yeah.
Yeah, I've
Yeah,
got
make it mood. Make it a bit moody in here.
just
There's
turn down the lights a
another-
little bit, get the music going.
no, we don't want
Harlock.
that.
Oh,
we want we
Wait.
want just a little bit of like the war drums. We want a little bit of the idea of planting the Aslan flag in the middle of the reach and saying, you know, come at me, bro. That's what we
turn down
want.
the lights, light a few things on fire.
Right, exactly.
Correct.
Um,
No candles,
before you
bonfires,
do,
right? Ironic.
there is an
Yeah.
option here, if I can
Yeah.
find it. I believe
No
there is
purrs,
something
just
else
trial.
you can do as a Zodani.
Yes.
Swing emotions, right?
No, I think you can. Can you do that? Can you do that?
Yes,
Yes, you can. Awareness. You have awareness, do you not?
I do. I do. Isn't awareness more about my own though, or can?
Except
Yes.
because you have very secret that no one else should have except for Zodani abilities. You have the awareness of other abilities, which means you can boost him.
Oh, okay.
It costs more.
Hey, buddy. How would you like a little psionic boost there? Huh? Eh?
Boost me.
I would love it. Right.
All
I
right.
need you to boost me.
Yes. Harlock is there, like dad, you know, with the hands, being like, all right, just let's get you right up there.
So, what are
Only
you
in our
going to
minds.
boost?
What would
You-
Val like?
You can
Is-
give
I mean,
him
is
advanced
there-
strength, endurance, fortitude,
Oh,
inspiration.
this is good.
Inspiration.
Inspiration? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Is that, oh, no, but before I say that, mechanically, that plays in the persuade and intimidate, correct?
Yes, it does. That is correct.
Yeah, give me that one.
Yeah. All right.
Please.
Here we
Please.
go. Here we go. This will go. Now, before anything happens, before anyone says anything or thinks anything, the Zodani
Well, you all
powers
judge
are
me
a
on my
little
rolls.
new. They're a little new, so it's not my highest ranking things. I
All
just
right, I've been leading this whole time without a leadership skill.
no. Well, you know,
Here's the thing.
I even have leadership. I do.
Here's
here we go.
Not me.
Gonna go well.
wait. You actually have to make
Oh,
your
God.
awareness
Oh,
check.
he's calling
Wait,
me. I'm sorry. What?
sir, you have to make your awareness check. This will be more expensive.
Okay.
Because that's like it's much more effort. It's going to cost rather than 1 psi point. It'll cost you 3.
Sure.
But I'm going to ask you a question.
Yes. I'm gonna give you an answer. Do you want me to do
no.
awareness first?
This
And then
that's what you have to roll. But before you roll it,
Yes.
I'm going to just ask you this question.
Yes.
How much are you concentrating on Val? To
100%
like
all of the time.
really?
All of the time.
So
Would you like a boon?
yes.
Okay.
No.
I'm just asking. I'm just
I
asking
don't
if you'd
know.
like a boon.
Now I don't
Look, I'm sorry. When Trooper offers me nice things, I say no because I know there's
Can
a
I-
catch. So
can
that's
I-
all. Do what you want.
I know a little bit more. Like what? Tell me more about this boon of yours.
If you really, really concentrate on your good friend Val, helping him,
Oh, what?
I will
Okay.
give you a boon.
Okay. Is that it? That's
it.
the end. Okay.
That's it.
Hang on. So this is for awareness.
Mhm.
Decent on that. You know. Oh man, but I'm curious. Even if it's bad, I'm curious.
Of course, you're curious.
I know. Now that I know it's going to be bad, I'm even more curious. You know what? How bad could it possibly be? I've already been stabbed tonight, so let's go.
All right.
I could only get stabbed again, right? In the mind.
Roll with a boon.
Roll with a
Mhm,
jeez.
mhm.
Well, no, I know what's gonna happen. I know it's gonna have something to do with us suddenly linking, and all of a sudden we switch bodies or something just that I don't want. So Harlock would it because I imagine as Val starts to give this argument,
Mhm.
and Val, you can speak to this. Would Harlock know that Val has knowledge, like a fairly personal knowledge of like the Aslan and stuff like that? Just
Mhm.
something.
Have they ever talked about it?
I feel like
I only say that because I don't think Val would have just brought it up. He's not going to
no, but I
blow
feel
smoke
like
up his own ass. Yeah.
I feel like it has
He
come up
speaks
before.
Aslan. He speaks
That's right.
Stroke.
Okay. And that's not really a common.
You have to
around
do
these
that work.
parts.
Yeah.
You would have to seek it out.
Mhm.
Okay. And I do feel like they're very, very lightly and very briefly that had come up before. Okay. So I think knowing that once Val started giving this conversation, you know, and I mean they've been linked before. They give commentary on things. I think Harlock would be like, you know what, just have the Harlock bump. And I will not take your boon because you're going to do something I don't like, and I've already had something happen to me I don't like tonight. So
You might love it.
I might, and that's what I'm so curious.
It might
about.
be great.
It would be
It might be
terrible, and I
awesome.
might love that, but I will not take the boon this time. But after
you
I roll,
sure?
I want to know what it would have happened.
No, you don't
Would
get to
in
know.
fact not be great.
It
I'm
might
not
be
going to take the
great.
boon, but I'm so curious. I'm just going to roll anyway. 9 on awareness.
That's good enough.
Not
Are you sure you don't want it? You don't want the boon?
no.
Okay.
But what was it?
No,
Does it
you don't
help
get to
if
know.
we all voted?
I mean, it's her psychic powers.
Hey.
So,
Who wants to watch me make bad
Terica?
choices?
that's up to you. But I think you
I'm
know
just
my
saying it
orders.
was an opportunity I was giving you. Terica, how are you going to help Val?
I've already said.
You know, I feel like all of the diplomatic maneuvering that Terica did earlier, I
Yes.
would put that
Yes.
role towards
Uh-huh.
this help.
I believe that is a +2. No.
Oh.
Didn't you get a exceptional success back then?
No, I got a 10.
No. Back when you gave the big speech.
The
On
big-
the
bundles of
planet?
sticks.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, on the
Yeah.
planet? Yeah, that was an
Mhm.
exceptional success.
That's
I
a
think.
+3. 3 +2 +2 +1. That's a +8. Val? Social standing. And you can use troke. +8.
Can I do that?
Before you roll,
Oops.
it's gonna be social standing. Use it. You can use troke if you like, or diplomacy. Either one works. Would you like a boon?
I think this works the way I'm doing it. Do I want a boon?
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit! I don't know.
Do it.
I would say do it, but you also have a +8
You have a +8.
already.
You do have a +8, so you may
Right.
not need it.
You don't
But
need
let me
it, but
tell
it
you what
just
it
could
looks
be a
like.
lot of fun.
Trooper gave us.
No, Trooper, entice me more. I need.
What else
I
you
need.
got?
I know.
I need more
Oh,
sweet
Fox,
nothings.
don't take the boon. And Greg has offered a boon. Everyone's like, take it, Greg. Find out what it is. It'll be fun.
That's not
I'm
what
gonna
I
tell
said.
you.
Yeah, I
You would not
also
be able
was
to
You
pro-
see
get
this
this
shit?
boon.
You see what they're doing to you, Rocket?
I was for boon.
Terrible.
You couldn't normally get this boon. But
Oh.
Because it was denied from Fox, I get the.
Yeah.
well, because the
My
Harlock
boon.
reaches
I
out to
earned
you
it.
psionically.
Oh,
But
oh, she passed
the
it
Harlock
to me.
has great precision and is able to focus and only do just the help and nothing more. Does not do anything else but just the help. You feel the Harlock's energy flowing into you. You can let it just wash over you, and then you get no boon. Or you can grab a hold of it and get a little bit more, and then you can get a boon.
Don't do it. That's my energy, my dude.
I have a wait. I'm gonna go over here so no one can see me, and I can ask you this question.
Yeah, no one can see you.
You
Go
all
ahead.
right?
Hey, I can still
I can see your hands.
I can see your mic.
No.
Okay, Trooper, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. No one else can. No one
Okay,
else can
thank
hear
God.
you. Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
If I can feel the Harlock's power, I will take your boon, but I want to keep some of it.
I know you want to. You don't know what this boon is going to manifest as, but you can feel your hand tingling. You can feel a link between the two of you. And if you lean into that link, it'll make this a little bit easier to convince them, and you might gain some kind of something. You don't know. You'll get something.
Let's talk concrete, Trooper. What does this look like for my mechanics?
Well, here's the problem. You don't know.
Yeah.
Because you can only just feel that there's this well of energy there. There's a connection. And that if you
Sure. Okay.
lean into it, you can maybe just get a little bit better, i.e. get a boon. But there's gonna be something else. So you just don't know what it is.
Trooper, let me ask this question. Is it 100% that it will benefit Val? I get that in writing. You get your boon.
I do not think that what I can say is that it either benefits or not benefits. I think what I can say is it will give you information.
I just want to say, I did not take the boon, and I'm still getting something bad happening to me, and I don't know how I feel about that.
Isn't that the shit?
Look, it is
I was
it
gonna
is
take
just
and everyone's like, no.
it is just
Oh, it wasn't everyone. It was
information.
just Lindy.
You're just gonna get information. Is that information good or bad? That's really up for you to interpret. You will get information.
I just need a little bit more. I need a little, just a little, a cherry to put on top of all this.
You will get some insight. Whether you like that insight or not is really up to you to decide.
I love how you
But
can
that's-
turn off your camera, but you decided to move off screen.
Yep,
Right.
I know. But it is insight that you would get.
It adds to the tension.
It does. But it is insight that you will get because you are drawing on the Harlock.
Okay, don't tell anybody else, Trooper, but I think I'm gonna
Okay.
do this.
Okay. Take the boon.
Anybody hear something?
Nope, nobody heard anything. Take the boon.
Whew.
Please roll.
All right.
Oh, you're back. Oh,
This-
man, we should
Yeah,
let you know
nobody
where
heard
we
that.
are. Oh,
Oh,
boy. So it
nobody
was
heard
the.
that.
Oh wow! Look, Greg's back.
So we're in the
So
throne
quiet
room.
for so long.
Please roll social standing plus either trope or diplomacy plus 8
And
with
plus
a
8.
boon.
Yeah.
Wait, the bone? He took the bone?
He
You
took
took
it.
the boon.
Took the
It's
boon.
weird.
Oh.
How's a
22?
22?
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Okay.
Now, you know the only reason why I did it?
You got 2 6s. That's a crit.
No, you know the only reason why I did this?
Yeah.
You wanted to beat Severance.
Cord.
Yeah, that's true.
22 is the number, buddy.
22's the number.
I would have been 19. I'm so glad I didn't do 19. Oh, that's so good.
Are you ready?
Yep.
You feel the Harlock. By the way, that's a 22. Please note it. Every lottie-dottie, everybody, please note it. Let's start
22.
the other way around. Severance,
Yes.
your glasses start heating up.
Ouch.
Your glasses
No.
frames
Oh
start
no.
heating up. That's a 22. That's a very good roll.
Oh no.
Terrica,
Ow.
No. Oh no.
your
Oh, my
brooch
glasses.
starts to sort of like throb as if you can feel a heartbeat underneath it. It's sort of warm to the touch, and it has a slight glow that's almost imperceptible, but you can feel like this heartbeat. The Harlock. Oh, by the way, Quint, I have something to tell you as well, but don't worry about it. I'll tell you that in a second.
Enjoy
Yeah,
turning
the
into the
Harlock.
planet Greg.
You are giving energy to Val. And you give energy, and you are very careful not to overgive, overspend, or open any door that you do not want to open.
Mm-hmm.
Only what you need is what you do. And as
Notice
you
how else
hand
it'll be the last time.
it out, you feel something strange.
Mm-hmm.
Like something. You wait. And you feel energy go towards him, but not exclusively. You're not quite certain what that means because you didn't take the boon. Quint,
Mm.
My soul hurts right
Uh-huh.
now.
I'm sure it's fine.
Quint.
I'm sure
But I will
everything's
tell you
fine.
this, the Harlock, your hilt pulses.
The last time
Your
Rocket
hilt
ever turns down a boom.
pulses.
Harlock's not
And-
helping, I'll tell you what.
And you hear something in your ear. A
Me?
voice? No, the Harlock
Oh,
does.
good. Okay.
But it's not really a voice. It's not something you can really understand. But you hear something. You heard it before in the lab.
I'm gonna ask you.
Yes. You heard this voice in the lab, the seed. It's the voice of the seed, but you don't know what it's saying. And you can't. You didn't take the boon. You cannot. And you did not overextend yourself. So you did not open yourself up to whatever might be going on there, which could be good, could be bad, who knows. But whatever it is, you cannot read it. This entity.
You know what happened last time? I extended myself. I teleported a giant tiger on top of me. And
That's true.
It wasn't great. It wasn't great.
Quint.
I'm sure everything's hunky dory, right? Everything's great. Grand. Even.
You have no Viridian on you,
I don't.
inside of you.
No, that would be weird.
It would be pretty weird if you swallowed
pretty
Viridian.
weird
That
if
would
I
be
swallowed,
weird.
Like, look, there's like whole things about like don't swallow sharp objects and like gemstones.
Yeah.
So I'd like they don't dissolve in your stomach.
Yeah, that'd be
acid,
weird.
so.
Like, who would
Be
do
weird.
that? Who would
Apparently a
metaphorically
Someone
doctor
wants
would.
a surgery on their like small intestines or something. Yeah,
Certainly
Yeah,
not
that-
a medical professional would never do something.
certainly not a medical professional.
No.
Yeah.
That'd be weird.
Medical.
That'd be weird.
What a dick.
Yet, you hear
Yes.
something.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You do.
Okay. It's
And you're
cool.
trying to figure out where you hear it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like love.
Okay.
It's like a hug that you haven't felt in a very long time. It's like unconditional love,
Mm-hmm.
but it is distant. It's
Okay.
trapped, maybe?
Ooh, okay.
it's an echo of the greatest care and love you've ever experienced. And it is somewhere like an echo bouncing into this room. And you are keenly aware at this moment of the Viridian in this room.
Okay.
The Baron
Character's
Severance's
brooch.
glasses are Viridian, but they're not your Viridian. The brooch, Terica's brooch, that is Viridian. It is not your Viridian.
Mm-hmm.
The Harlock has a hilt with no blade, with a Viridian stone at the pommel of the hilt.
Interesting.
It's not one you recognize, but it is there. And Val.
Mm-hmm.
There is something Viridian about him, but you don't know what it is.
Mm-hmm.
But you have got mixed signals from him.
Okay. What about the dagger the Harlock has? Is that my Viridian? Is that...
No.
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 Okay. But Val, mixed signals from Val.
There's something about Val that is not your Viridian, and something about Val that is.
Interesting. Oh,
As
okay.
if there's maybe perhaps
Uh-huh.
more than one heartbeat on Val.
Mm-hmm.
You feel an echo of your Viridian somehow on Val somewhere. Val! Your hand gets hot, and it throbs and it pulses. And there's power there. And you say to Fatakayu, stone, weapons, things that actually he can do without asking his wife, and without it actually looking bad, in a way that will save face. And as you speak, you say all of these words, they come out of your mouth, they ring in the room, and everyone is listening to what you're saying, and there's a conversation going on between you and Fatakayu, and Fatatias is listening, and you can sort of see Fatakayu sort of nodding and agreeing, and you can sort of see this, it's like you're kind of standing outside of this conversation, and you can see yourself expertly maneuver the cultural differences between you. And it's like you're outside of yourself for a moment as you watch this happen. And you can see Fatakayu agree to send in supplies but not money. You can see Fatatias nod as if he's got this. You can see Fatakayu agree to give you not the 200,000 that would have been due since you did not get the shift back, but 250,000, which is more than was agreed upon. And all of this is happening, and it's wonderful. This is victory. There is only success. But you drew extra power, you know you did. But where did it go? Val, where did it go? It's your hand, right? Your hand. And as you stand outside of yourself, watching your victory, and watching all of everything, all of it's happening, you remember something. And you remember enjoying the taste of death as all of those people die, crushed by the gravitic engine. You remember calling up that pilot on the other ship and being there with him as he died. And in each of these moments, as this death happens, you remember tasting their death. And then you remember something. You remember being in a lab somewhere, no windows, maybe underground. And if you look at your hands, they're the Harlock's hands. And there's this large Viridian gemstone, probably 3 feet tall, and it's dying. And you are wearing the Harlock's clothes. You reached out, grabbed hold. And you see the seed, this stone, this gemstone, and you see that it is the heart of Drinax. And you see Severance. A ghost of Severance, maybe. And Severance walks into the room with a young teenager and stabs this teenager with a knife, a Viridian dagger. And then this teenager bleeds upon this stone, and then you can see Severance taste its death. And the death that it tastes feeds into this stone. And then Severance rips out all of that power from that stone, bleeding that stone, and you can hear Drinax weep and cry as it is brought back from the brink of death with the blood of someone tortured and then stabbed again to bleed it so that Severance can take its life essence, this power, just breathing in and drinking in death over and over again. And you are now the Harlock, and you take this seed and you save it from death and you extract it. This is the heart. It's not the heart of Drinax, it's a piece of Drinax. It's like Drinax's finger, but it's all the same, really. And then you are you, and you take that seed away from the Harlock and you swallow it. And then you see inside of your soul this piece of Drinax. And then you see death coming in to feed it. You see the death of each of those people that you have drunk into your body, drinking into your body and into that seed. But you rolled a 22, which is exceptional, which means you notice that the seed doesn't get any bigger at all when the death comes into it. It actually bypasses the seed. You think it, at first thought is it goes into the seed, but then you notice that it bypasses the seed and it goes down your arm to your computer. And the circuitry inside the circuitry is now Viridian. And by now you don't know how long it's been that way. Probably since you swallowed the seed. And there you see Sue. Flickering, not the regular blue that Sue normally flickers, but a Viridian. And Sue looks at you, and you are Sue. And Sue slips back into the computer, into your arm, past that seed, and into the back of your brain. And then you are killing that man in your office, looking at young Val and telling young Val that he has to toughen up as you make the room ruby red. And all the death that you have drunk in and that you have fed, you can see all that extra power. It didn't go to you, or did it? It went to maybe you, or maybe Sue. It's unclear. But that death is strong and powerful. It is a power source that has been feeding and growing all of this time. And as you merge back into your body, no longer are you Ruby. No longer are you the Harlock. No longer are you. You are now just, you're no longer the seed of Drinax. You are yourself. And you can just hear Hatakayu say, "Well, this was well done. We shall have drinks in celebration of this fine agreement."
Trooper.
Yes.
Does Val remember how to drink death?
You could try. You've been tasting death for quite some time.
Oh, he's firmly aware that that is not the thought that comes from outside of his body. That's been there all along.
It's been there all
Then
along.
As soon as the call for drinks would go out, and with the proclamation of a potential kingdom built, not the source of his jubilation, Val would turn and look at the father, look at the son, look at his crew and family found, and he would simply laugh. And as he looks them all, he would say, "I'll drink to that."
And to be very clear, the seed has not been given any of that energy. It has all gone somewhere. It has not grown because that energy has not gone to the seed of Drinax. And that's going to be our episode. By the way, you all get 250,000 credits from Fatah Caillou as reward for a job well done.
Wait, was that figure negotiated in Troke? Because if it was,
Yes.
the crew's getting 200,000 credits. Can you believe it?
Nice. Nice.
At least buy a fridge. Like,
That's what I was gonna do. I was gonna buy a refrigeration.
anything, please.
That's great.
So, I just want you all to know that you all felt this link between all of you. And Quint, there is something on Val that is from Terra. There is something Solomani core there. You're muted.
Oh, I think it's muted in the actual Twitch app. Oh.
I see a mute. I see a mute there. That's what I see. You're on. You're muted. Yeah.
You're muted.
You're muted. Hold on. I'm gonna do this.
Are we muted?
No.
Am I muted?
No. No. I just see a little mute button up top. It says that you're muted. It says your mic is muted. Is what it says.
It says you enabled my mic, so apparently there was an issue before. You can hear me now. Yes. Hi. Great. That's what I was saying. I was like, I don't think I figured there's something Solomani there, and I think I know what it is, and I don't think I like it.
There is something Solomani there.
I think
something
it might be a
not
psychotic
felt
thing.
in a while. You know, that is very unclear. I would just like to remind you all, the Harlock, that the vision of the white rabbit is a totem from the subconscious, but it is not a totem from your subconscious, although it is one you have seen before. So that said, that was our session. I want to thank you all for for going a little bit late, because that was a moment where I was like, we got to finalize this moment, and now we have. You're done with Thebus.
We have his favor, though, right?
Yes. Yes. This has been, I have to tell you, this has been only a victory. And Val probably needs to do a little bit of experimentation, and the original, you know who could help with that? You know who could help with that?
No.
The original Severance.
Yeah.
Marymore would have a lot of information about how to do all this well.
That's true.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Yeah, so like that's the stuff that's getting passed on to Fatatias's mom. Do I still get paid from her for doing my share of the job?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. Thank you. Just let me know how much that is later.
Which was actually the original. You're getting 100K.
Cool. I'll take it.
Nice.
Yeah. So, I want us to go around. By the way, Rocket, you would have seen quite a bit of that vision had you taken that boon, but from a slightly different angle.
Oh, yeah. I also don't tell anyone that I'm getting paid by Fatatias's mom.
Oh, yeah, I
Just
figured.
keep that on the down low, yeah.
You would have seen some disturbing things, is really. So maybe it was a good thing you didn't see it, because you might have seen some disturbing things. So we're going to do an outro. We'll try to go fast. Thank you for staying late. This is the moment where we're done with that. So if you could say who you are, where we can find you next, give love, and here's my outro question. You know, y'all are going to go into jump space, be together on the ship for a week with no way out. What are you looking forward to, you know, in terms of like crew bonding during this week in jump space coming up next? And I just want to start with Terica. Ari.
Oh. Hi, I'm Ari, Ari_Ventures. You can find me online on all the places, including Threads now, because that's a thing. And oh, kitty.
By the way, Ari, in our green room chat, you're correct. It's going into Sue. That is correct. Go on. That what
right?
you said. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Right. It is going into. I knew it. I knew it. Terica doesn't know it yet, though. They still have that stupid jammer that they're gonna try because they're 2 steps behind the ball curve here. But anywho, that's not. I don't. That was like so many metaphors in one. So oh my gosh, so much love for tonight. There were so many cool and different things that happened. I really enjoyed the scene with you, Cord, and going to like broker this deal. That's
cool.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. The way that you like played and handled, oh shoot, I forgot his name, Bartholomew. Was like, it was, I really enjoyed that. And I also really enjoyed that neither of us touched the conversation, that we were both just like, nope, we're not having this talk.
I wish we did, though. That would have been hilarious.
I mean,
what a wacky part for that to come in the middle of a.
That would be hilarious. It'll happen one day, I'm sure. I just don't.
Yeah, we gotta wait for a really good awkward time for it to make it more awkward.
Well, I mean,
I also don't know what to say.
No idea.
Yeah.
Yep.
So so that was deliciously delightful. And then, oh man, that scene between Doc and the Harlock, where you're like, okay, I need the blood. Wait, and then like you're calling on the comms channel to get the authorization. That was so much fun. And your description of, because it was clear, like you had like put some time and thought into Love Laugh Lindy, you put a lot of thought into building out that like
so good.
What was it? What is it called? Like the piece of propaganda? I don't know. It's not really propaganda. It's like
smear campaign,
truth, but a little propaganda. And it was
heightened documentary.
Heightened documentary. That was like, and then man, Trooper, there was this moment where you switch between Patatea, the father, and then Patateas, and like every week I'm reminded of how effective you are at character building, and that was just this beautiful crisp moment of the differentiation between not only the way the two spoke but how you like held your physical presence in the camera, and it was beautiful. What was the question? I know there's a question.
The last, like, you know, who you are, where we can find you, and then like that, but then what is your character looking forward to in the week long they are all trapped together in jump space?
Trapped together.
I mean, you're all bonding together in jump space.
Yeah.
So before this episode, I don't know if looking forward. So there was one thing they were looking forward to, which was getting to spend some time with Quince. I think everybody knows that by now.
And I think they'll be really nice.
I think so too. The other thing that I was like thinking they would probably be doing is, because one of the things that Quint had said about Sue was that Sue could only speak to Val in his dreams, so they were gonna like try and take care of Val while he sleeps. With everything that's happened in this episode, I'm very curious to see how that plays out, because I at this point have no idea. Like I'm like, it could go so many different ways, but Terica is just they're gonna try and take care of that. Like that hasn't changed from their perspective yet. They have no reason to not try and do that. So we'll see what happens.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I do have to say something, but I want to wait because it'll be awesome in a creepy, gross way, and it'll make Greg happy
Oh,
in a creepy, gross way. So,
oh, good.
which is what I like. Cord, you're next. Who
Hello.
are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and like, is your character looking forward to like a nice week in Jump Space?
Yes. Hi everybody, I'm Cord. I do stuff on the internet. I play a lot over on Table Story. I also have my own show called Spoils of the Evervein, which is a Spellwind setting, which is my own homebrew setting, and probably at some point a homebrew, or probably its own setting and game at some point. Yeah, follow me on twitch.tv/Cord and see on Mondays that show. It's pretty sweet. And you can find me Sunday. I'll be on Table Story at 4 for my Star Wars game. I'm a Padawan temple guard trained Padawan who Order 66 happened, and now we don't know what to do without it, and it's pretty sweet.
Oh.
So yeah, it's pretty dope. And there were other questions? No, the love. So
yes.
yeah, love. The
You all have a lot of money now.
we have a lot of money now. Yep, you're all welcome. And I think that my love goes out to both Trooper and Ari for the whole like first half, because it was a roll. We could have rolled it. I could have had a 29. Sorry, excuse me. That was correct. I could have had an 18. And we could have just left it, right? And we'd been like, oh, that was very successful, blah, 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 great, perfect. Here's a house, $1.5 million. All right, great, perfect. But instead, role-playing it out, like just taking that scene instead of just having the, because I think the question was like, how does Tarika help Severance with this? And then I was expecting it to be a conversation, and then it turned into the entire scene, which was awesome. I really did enjoy it. So thank you both of you for yes-anding a die roll, and we already know the outcome, but then putting it into a narrative was super cool, and playing it out was really interesting to see. It also gave me confidence as Severance because I knew what the role was going to be. I knew what the outcome was going to be. So it helped me sort of know how and where I'm going to play and blah, blah, blah. It was just awesome. So thank you for that little tidbit and that beautifulness. Greg, you coming back just in time to be the savior in the throne room was awesome. Just us like giving you a quick snippet of where we are, and then yeah, right, we got the boom and everything. But besides the mechanical and the narrative of whatever the hell just happened, it was really cool to see you come in and then go, no, we don't need to convince them to give him money. We need the supplies, and he'll do it. Like you're very good at putting human culture aside and then picking up this fantastical Aslan culture. And it's just really, really cool to see you do that, and the confidence you have with you and the player, but through Val being able to just have those answers so quickly is always so cool. So thanks for that awesomeness. And we had amazing the whole speech, and not the speech, the documentary, the whole propaganda mockumentary. It was great. Thank you. I don't know why I have this thing where I want to mix a bunch of words, but thank you so much, Lindy, for that. That was so cool. And yeah, like Ari said, you thought of some stuff, and it was really good to see it come, and then of course we had Trooper do the speech, and like all of us playing along was it was a lot of fun just to have that scene sort of happen. It was super great. So thank you everybody for that. And Raquette, always a pleasure to have you, and to bring I wasn't sure what we were doing with that body, but I'm glad you thought of it because I was like, what are we doing with it? Right.
Body parts.
Right. I was like, what are we doing with this? But thank you for that. And also, of course, having that little gift of taking my blood. So at some point I could take your blood. What does that mean? I don't know.
We're still going to have to do that. We haven't actually done the trade yet, so.
I know. It's just this weird trade. Being like, did you want this? And I'm like, when I show up with a vial of fresh blood, did you want this? Or where did you get that?
So I imagine Severance. So when do you want to take my blood? Soon, you'll know.
I already did. Yeah. I've already done that. What? Nothing. But yeah,
It's
it
gone
was.
now. Also, you have one toe less.
Yeah, right. Exactly. Maybe I'll have to stand for a bit. But yeah, it was just great. So thank you so much for that. And the banter we have and the yes and I was on team Take the Boon, and I'm always on team Take the Boon. So take the boon.
Hey, it's a boon, right? It's a boon.
Right. Nothing bad's gonna happen if it's a boon.
You just find out stuff, but sometimes, like in Call of Cthulhu, finding out stuff can be distressing.
Right. There's some sanity. But that's me. That's me, everybody. You're all great. Thank you. Follow me on the things or don't, whatever. Discord.gg The Forge is where I do a lot of my stuff these days. And do it. Follow me. Or don't. I don't know.
Yeah, are you looking forward to the week? The jump week?
Oh, the jump week. Jump week. I am looking forward to the jump week. That's a boring answer. So here we go. I'm gonna pile more onto it. I think he is looking forward to it, but that's because he wants to get out of the system. He's already sort of screwed up a lot of the strings of the system politically, and it's like, okay, I got a lot of loose ends that we got to take care of. Let's just leave now. Let's not screw up with anything else. Which then we immediately do. We go right over to the Aslan ship and are like, let's screw up some more politics. All right, now we're leaving. Now we're actually leaving. So it's going to be a relief to move on. Also mechanically and for me, the player, I'm excited to go and see more places. Drop off this crew. I think also there's for Severance, he wants to get rid of these people. He's never been about like being a transport ship. They're just people and mouths to feed, and also witnesses. Let's get rid of the witnesses, and then we can start doing some piracy, and then more illegal trade and stuff. So it was just great. So I'm excited for that, and also I don't know, he may pace around his room a couple of times and try to have maybe a mirror, or maybe even talk with Sue and have Sue try to help him get some leadership. I don't know, but he's going to be leadership.
Is really good at giving advice.
Oh my god!
Right, it's exactly. Yeah, that's why I think Severance would work really well with Sue.
And Sue's especially good.
Leadership.
You know, when Val's sleeping. So like because he's not busy then, so he can come and help out. So next up, Lindy, who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And is your character looking forward to like a week trapped together on the ship in jump space?
I'll answer that question first so I don't forget about it. Yes, looking, because again, I feel like she wants to get out of the system as well. Like, it's kind of like, okay, I totally like fucked over and said like I faked my death as far as the Imperials. No, we should leave this area, maybe. I'm making some risky moves, you know, but also, you know, this ship seems pretty. This'll do.
It's a very cool ship.
It's an interesting. Repair. I think Quint is looking forward to. Well, maybe not looking forward. Curious about getting to know the crew on the ship a little bit better. Making observations, seeing what the ship's about. I don't think I know you guys are pirates technically yet.
Better.
Yeah.
Or privateers. I don't know if you told. I don't know if we said that.
I don't think you told. You're just like, yeah, we work for Drinax. Like, not that Quint is gonna be like, oh no, privateering.
Oh, no.
But I think they're just looking forward to learning more about y'all and evaluating their life choices and decisions. And you know, and it looks like your cargo bay has enough room to maybe put up some silks from the ceilings. That'll be exciting.
Yeah. It's super tall. Absolutely.
That's what I was asking. So you know, just
you did feel a little bit of something on your.
Did I?
Forehead, just a little.
Oh, during the whole thing where I felt everyone else's viridian, exactly where it was and what it was? Okay, cool. That's fine. Yeah, also really fucking curious about that. So I feel like Quint just has a lot of curiosity. that they're hoping to satiate a little bit of on this jump space. But my love goes out to of course the drug deal. Basically, that was exciting. But I just loved me and Fatates finally showing up at the ship, and the Baron's just like, oh no, the elevator's over here. Like, all right, like the Baron is the one. It's like, yes, no, I will show you around. Let's get you a room. I don't know, which one do you want? The big one? Sure. Like, just tickled me. Made Quint feel a little awkward, but I was like, only if the Admiral says it's okay, because they don't know any better. And has seen the Harlock, but hasn't been able to speak to the Harlock yet. And is looking forward to it. So that's some love. I loved when the Harlock got stabbed, just because I thought it was really funny. Just sneaking up like, I've been stabbed.
Me.
There was a solid moment, and then I loved Terica just looking over, being like, oh, is anyone joining me on the bridge? And then like, oh, it's Wesley. Oh, whatever.
That was so good.
And like the possibility of maybe being co-pilot, that'll be exciting. And of course, Greg just being like,
that was the best too.
I've been playing with Greg for a very long time, and it just continually brings me joy. But you can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. I play and GM some tabletop RPGs. My newest game, I'm gonna shill that shit first because I'm just fucking pumped about it. Is Wintercroft Investigations. It's a Call of Cthulhu game. They have a series of one-shots, one-on-ones. So it's just me and the investigator, and we're introducing them to the game, because so far none of them have played the game so far. We will be on this Wednesday at 8 p.m. Eastern with Nuggetosaurus's investigator, and 3 words, I guess. Run, Forest, run. That is my clue for that session. It's a terrible, terrible pun, and y'all are gonna hate it when it comes up later. But it's beautiful, I swear. Trooper knows. And then on my Monday, on my channel, we've got the new batch, and not this Tuesday, but next Tuesday, we will have our Stargate Flames of Hope, which I'm very excited about. And you can also find me on Sunday on Proxigor Thesmoporia's channel with Trooper for Game Carousel Court there. That's me.
So, Rocket, I'm so glad to have you back. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love. And how's your character feeling about being close and personal with everybody for a week in Jump Space?
Yeah, so hello. I am, as always, Rocket Fox, your second favorite person. You can find me in all the places I'm around. Look me up, you'll see me there, whether you want to or not. And yeah, let's see. It's always hard for the love, because everyone is delightful and amazing, and it is truly an honor and a treat to be able to perform alongside such fabulous people. But I've got to say, and also, Trooper, I hate when you put me at the end, because everybody already said my moments, but I'm just going to go ahead and rehash them. So, yeah.
Greg's actually last.
Sorry, everybody. But like I love Severance and Terica completely ignoring the relationship in the room, and that's fine. That's fine. In my mind brain, I imagine when it happens, just gonna be like, yeah, so yeah, okay, yeah. And I feel like that will be the conversation. Yep. But also I realize that Ari, as a player, you initially rolled to see whether or not you were gonna go and save Severance from uncertain doom. But once there, noticing something off with the drink, like immediately went to like slap it away. Yeah. So there are these moments of just like, she cares about him. She cares about him, even if she hates him. And hang on, my cat's eating something.
Love and hate are just two sides of the same coin,
Also, they are. But yeah, that whole I love seeing that relationship unfold. Oh god, he's made of claws. And then I love, Lindy, I love that you were on. What were y'all doing for those 2 days is what I wonder to myself. Like, what were they doing? Were they just staring at each other? Like, what was going on over there? Were you playing a game, just staring into the void? but there's
a lot of battle.
yeah, there's
push-ups
Editing,
probably.
a lot of editing.
yeah,
Oh
you know,
yeah.
planking
Push-ups,
the entire
editing.
time.
For the 2 days I was on the ship. Yeah,
Yes!
no, lots of working out and film editing. That's all it was. It was like eat, work out, edit, film.
Training buddy of
Edit, film,
Yeah.
sleep.
I imagine a lot of just like lifting
My
competitions
beans.
back and forth, like, yeah, but can you do squats this low?
Right.
Yeah, but can you do them this low?
Oh yeah, because I was
You
with
know, like,
Patateas, so we were probably just like both like,
Yeah.
oh, you know, your form
Yeah.
could be improved a little bit here. Like, oh yeah, totally.
yeah, but can you do a one finger pull up? Yeah, but can you do a no hand
know,
pull up?
but-
You know, I mean, I was like,
No, we were doing like ceiling like sit ups. Like we had like hook
Yeah.
something up so we could like hoop our feet under and just do like ceiling crunches, like prison workouts. Yeah.
yeah, that's
Yeah.
that's that entire 2 days in canon in my head. And then Greg, you're evil. And for so many reasons. But I love seeing just like how this
Val's great.
that's like it's no, yeah.
Val is well adjusted, and there are no issues there.
It makes
can just
me
ask
every
Sue.
time
Greg, though.
every time you dive a little deeper into and also bear in mind, I did not see the days that went by, what happened with Sue. I still do not really know what happened back there.
Nothing.
And
It's fine.
all of the evils to
None of us
unfold.
do.
But just every time I see like down in low birth with those two unfortunates, you know, and this whole thing of like, yeah, but does Val still remember like death eating? Is that still a thing? Like, yeah, all that was horrifying and all. Yeah, cool. But then I still eat death. Like that's the main takeaway from this, and I love that because I'm like that's chilling, and I'm excited to see how this is all going to come back and kill us. And as always, I don't remember who said it, but Trooper with all the different characters, especially with Patatias and Daddy Tatias, like the distinction between them is amazing, and also between like Fernando, you know, between everybody is just a masterclass. It is grade A, and it is always very delightful. I think for the week under that, the Harlock, you know, definitely noticed some things. For one, felt some energy, you know, and when one is well trained, maybe they pay attention to these sorts of things. Maybe noticing a couple things, and also has a box of candies to hang out with.
Guess what's in the box? What's in the box? Guess what's in the box? Guess what's in the box?
I
Grenades.
imagine is that a chicken box?
Gwyneth Paltrow. No.
I'm sorry. Uncalled for. No, not uncalled for. But I believe is it the results? My test results?
It is the test results.
Yes. So we're gonna find out a little bit more about Old Man Marymore. And that'll be exciting.
Yeah.
So which in case people didn't pick up on it. Oh, he's climbing the curtain. I can't look.
Oh, that's adorable.
In case people didn't pick up on it, whenever the Harlock got yeeted into the original Marymore's lab, looked around a lot of paperwork, also maybe took a blood sample. You know how it is. And that's
I hope it's the right sample.
that's what ended up making its way to the librarian.
Yep. So the librarian did get a sample of one of the Marymores.
It technically is the Baron.
Yeah,
Right.
that is correct.
Same DNA.
You know.
Yeah, you
and,
gotta find out a lot more about it.
well, and you know what though? Honestly, I think we would learn more about getting testing done from the original body, because, like, don't get me wrong, Severance is cool, and all, but you know, finding out information from the original body may tell us a thing or two. So,
Yeah, it might tell you a thing or two. You'll find out next week
already.
what's in there.
Neat.
Yes, and it's so fun because Bragg might have forgotten, but he did say that he was concerned about what Terrica might have in their genes because being related to Marymore, and did put Sue on that task. Just saying. I didn't make it up. It happened. It happened.
I definitely forgot it. That's it.
Greg, did you?
No, I'm not saying that to be sarcastic. I'm sure I forgot it.
It was just like a small fight, like, oh, just go and do like extra Ari remembers. So, Greg, you're up. Who are you? Where can we find you? Give some love, and are you looking forward to that week with all of your friends? Death Drinker.
Hi, Greg, Grimjack21502, playing Dr. Valentine Val Morrissey. A little bit of love for everybody. We did a lot. I missed I apparently a very spicy part when you all got over with the Aslan Lord, but I just love learning more and more about the characters, seeing them. I'm at this point now we have new interactions to get to play off, like the Harlock. And we get all kinds of new kind of combinations and new dynamics and things like that, which I'm always here for that because I love all of these players and the GM, and to see them all tackle different things is just a lovely picture to behold. But my love goes to Trooper this week for this, because everybody was talking about the voices. Oh, and there's mannerisms, and you get to learn all these people, and that is 100% true. City of Light and Shadow, unbelievable number of NPCs that were all absolutely pinpointed in the first couple syllables of the first word that they would say. And again, I played a one-on-one with Trooper last summer, and
we're gonna come back to
he would jump. Yeah, he jumped around, and I knew it was the doctor, I knew it was the vampire, I knew it was my partner that was with me, and I felt like I'd had a conversation with 4 people over the course of a couple hours, and it was just us. But yeah, so fantastic work, my friend. What does Val hope to learn in the upcoming week? Oh, I think Val's going to be very busy, and Val is going to be focusing. He's not going to really be talking a lot. He's going to be focusing on a couple projects he has. He and Sue are going to be kind of off limits in that they're just going to work and get all these things done. In fact, Evan's probably going to have to find another place to stay because the lab is in lockdown because I'm not going to be here next week.
Okay, but here's the thing though. But wait, I just need to point out something. As a GM, all I do is just remember all the things you tell me. And one of the things I remember is that Sue doesn't really like Evan. Because Evan's like in the space. And Sue really would prefer
a human from...
Well, really just some privacy.
From Earth.
To not have somebody in the room with him and Val all the time.
Right.
And it looks like he's going to get what he wants. He's going to get Val by himself.
See how that works, everybody?
Yeah, I do.
Compromise.
No,
that's a healthy relationship.
Oh my God.
Oh, and I am troopersjp, and there are people out here, and those people are probably Will and TW, maybe some others, I don't know, who take very close mention, they pay attention to the things that I say, and I have said things from Season 1, Episode 1, and those things, some of those things are all still here, just hanging out, being relevant. There have been things that Aslan woman has been around for a while, and there have been little things said about many a thing that involves pretty much everybody here. We have a Zodani spy who's trying to find veins of Viridian, which are very, very rare, and that brought her to Drinax. We have a clone who has been stashed on Drinax, out of the way, that no one will find, who is the child of, an Imperial noble, and also a Drinaxian noble who cares very much about her ancient heritage as a Sindalian, and really wants her child to really live up to the great empirical past that they are heir to. And there's nothing sinister about any of that at all in any way. And this doctor who has a completely normal computer program.
Completely normal.
But if anybody remembers, episode 1 was the first person to realize that they were in a simulation that is made up of their subconscious and was the first person to manipulate it. Anyway, and I'm sure that is in no way questionable.
No way.
And, yeah, and we have this lovely Solomani agent who has a deep connection and is like, wait, there are 2 heartbeats, maybe 3 over there on Val, and what does that mean? It's a good question. You know, that there is some sort of Terran Viridian vibe going on there that is, where does that come from? Who knows?
I hate it.
You love it. You love it. And I want to say that all that has been built from the minds of the players. The players have given me all of these things, and I was like, well, if that's true, and that's true, and that's true, well, there you go then. Here you go. Have that for fun. You have done amazing things, and I love this group. And I want to, because this is what we're going to do, I'm going to read out the messages from our audience because I want our players to know what our audience has told them. So we have got, from the top, some bits from Hawkeye who says, ooh, the tagonist, best way to end the work week. I agree, actually. And then we have some lovely gift subs. Thank you to our gift subs. We have a tip from Draft Deer, $25 tip, but no message. A $50 tip from Void Smoker, who, by the way, has delivered the Quint sketch, by the way, who says, this tip should not be handled by Aslan males, and it really shouldn't, because they are not trained in that sort of skill set, and they would really screw it up. It's not good for them. It's not good.
But it's just the tip. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say just the tip, though. Just the tip. I was thinking it, Ari. I was thinking it. I was like,
too.
no,
Yes.
I'll behave for once. And then you said it, and
I'm glad to see that you two have each other's backs. That if one doesn't make the lewd comment, the other one will. And I think that's important.
My characters have their front. Never mind.
I've got an emote for this. There we go.
100 bits from Willen, who says, thanks once again. Thanks all once again for so many great moments. I agree. 100 bits from Stormbender, who says, great episode, and for not throwing 1.5 mil out the window. Because I knew that was worth way more because it was special, super illegal drugs. And then we got 100 bits from Josh, who's like Void, done amazing art, who says, beautiful sounds of profit. Drinax is sure to be pleased, and I am certain they're going to be delivering some of that cash to Drinax as promised, because if they didn't, I'm sure it will not go.
Remember?
Admiral.
Some money.
100 bits from Stormbender for the hype train, and 1K bits from Draft Deer. Thank you. That is amazing. Oh, and then 100, because there was a hype train, 100 bits from Stormbender says, ha, the blood trade is on. That blood trade is, have a great weekend. 100 bits from Stormbender. And we had Raiders. We just got Raiders in right now from Magic RPG. Hey, Miss Magitech. Hello, Raiders. How are you? It is so lovely to have you here. Welcome in. We just finished up our the Gamblers, our Traveler Pirates of Drinax campaign, where we learned that all of our characters are upfront and honest, and none of them like to drink death and siphon the life force of dying people who are dying in a tortured way through torture to feed psionic powers. Nobody in this group is doing that at all. And nobody's using all of that energy to perhaps superpower things.
Not here, but if any of that's interesting to you, maybe you want.
You should probably come back next week. And I'm troopersjp. Thank you so much. I want to thank everybody in the community. I want to thank especially my players for sticking it out. Next week is going to be a shorter one. We're going to just hang out, be cool. And you can find me, what is today? Friday. You can find me, don't worry about video game streams tomorrow, Sunday at 8 p.m. Eastern over at Praxagor. This before you can find me playing Carousel Court with Lindy. Monday at 8:30 p.m. over at Wandering DMs. You can find me playing Montreal by Night, Vampire Campaign. And then Tuesday, at 7 p.m. Eastern on my channel, this one here, troopersjp, you can find me playing, you can find me GMing Motor City Hollow Crown, a Vampire the Masquerade campaign set in 1973 Detroit. And I just want to give my love to these players. Well, first want to give my love to the audience. Thank you. Hawkeye, you've got the title for the episode, Caught Green-Handed. Absolutely. 100%. And you all are so great, audience. I adore you. And to my players, each and every one of you gives me presents and gifts every single week that I write down and then I repackage and give back to you with more blood. And I just really appreciate the giving that comes back and forth between us all.
Me too.
Yeah, me too. I feel like what's going to be coming up in the future, this is, I never know. Like, as a GM, I just love to be like, oh, what's going to happen? I don't know. I feel like the power of friendship is going to be a big issue for the last 2 sessions of this season. And I don't know what's going to happen to the power of friendship. We'll find out. More blood for the blood gods. Power of friendship.
We're immediately doing a Dark Heresy campaign. Immediately swaps.
Take care, everybody. And take care of yourselves. We'll catch you on the flip side. Give love to all these players, and we will see you all later. Bye, everybody.